Hello and welcome. Since this is an introductory module toward the beginning of your learning, I know you may be wondering if the content here is relevant to you. You may be thinking of completing every second of this module or considering skimming through the content or even just handpicking topics that interest you. All those approaches are okay if they suit your needs. But before you decide, have you ever heard yourself ask any of these questions? What are these strange marks on my document? How can I get this document back to a normal view? If this screen is gone, how do I get it back? If you have ever heard yourself ask any such questions, then you are in the right place. This module is designed to answer these and other common Microsoft Word issues. During this module, you'll identify the components of the Microsoft Word interface. Try different ways to create and edit a Word document. Get help in Microsoft Word. Format text and paragraphs. Adjust the views of documents. Check the spelling and grammar in a document. And use some other proofing tools. These are some of the core skills that will help you, whatever type of work you need to do in Word. Microsoft Word is Office software, and it has many interface elements that you may be familiar with from other applications you've used. This lesson will ensure you are familiar with the basic methods of using Word's interface and will introduce you to operating that interface to better work with Word documents. By the end of this lesson, you'll be able to identify the components of the Microsoft Word interface and create a Word document. Microsoft Word is a powerful, easy-to-use word processor. Many people worldwide use it each day to create reports, letters, memos, and many other types of documents. If you have used earlier versions of Microsoft Word or programs such as Pages or OpenOffice Writer, then you may already be familiar with some of Word's features. Whether you have used Word before or are just starting now, don't worry, we'll go through everything you need to know. Before you know it, you'll be a confident Word user. Microsoft Word is available through the subscription-based Office 365 service. Using Word, you will be able to create many different types of documents. The documents you create can contain tables, charts, shapes, photos, videos, and much more. Best of all, Word's interface is intuitive and customizable, so the features that are most important to the way you work are easily accessible. The files that you will create with Microsoft Word are called documents. Each document is composed of one or more pages. Since these documents are electronic files, they can be easily saved, modified, shared, and printed. Let's explore how you can start with Word documents. When you launch Microsoft Word, you get the Start screen. From the Start screen, you can click on the type of document that you would like to create. If you choose to begin by using a blank document, the Word window immediately opens and you are ready to begin work on your document. Essentially, this is like opening your writing pad to a blank sheet of paper. Starting blank is not for all of us. If you choose another type of document, it may come with more content. Some of these other document types may display a description or prompt you to type in setup data, such as dates or locations. When you click Create, the Word document window appears, displaying your chosen document type. Normally, the Word Start screen appears anytime you start Word. It can be turned on or off in the Options menu. If you want to access similar commands during a Word session, just select File menu and the Home area is displayed. Let's begin exploring what is on your screen when you use Microsoft Word. This will give you an overview of everything in the Word UI or user interface so that you can start to identify the main areas. It may also help to get you familiar with some of the common terminology that is used whenever Microsoft Word areas, features, and components are mentioned. There are several different details displayed on the title bar. The name of the opened file is shown. You may also see more information about the file, for example, if it is open in read-only mode or has been opened from the internet, the last time it was saved, and so forth. In the middle of the title bar is the search box, allowing you to locate files, data in your document, or even specific Word commands. To the right of the title bar, you will see the display name and profile picture or icon of the registered user of Microsoft Word. You can manage your Microsoft account from here. Using the set of icons in the top right-hand corner of the screen, you change how the ribbon is displayed, minimize the window, maximize or restore the window, or close the current document. As the name implies, the Quick Access toolbar gives you immediate, convenient access to frequently used commands. The toolbar holds only a few commands by default, but is completely customizable, allowing new buttons to be added and facilitating adjustment of the bar position. Groups of like commands are organized under tab names. You click a tab to view the command that it contains. Then you can choose a command from that tab, move to a different tab, or move to the Home tab to access the more common commands. The area that displays the tab names and their commands is known as the ribbon interface, or just the ribbon. I could really have started to show you this first, because this is the main place you go to begin using any word feature you need. As we explore the ribbon, you may notice that some of the commands might be greyed out. This is because those commands are only usable in certain situations. The greyed out look indicates that right now the command is not available. Of course, you won't always be looking at a ribbon and choosing commands. Most of us are concerned mainly with the content we are working with. The area of the opened file that your content is in is known as the working area. If the Word document spans more than one screen, you can use a vertical scroll bar to move through its pages. With other views, you may also see a horizontal scroll bar. The status bar displays information about the document. The page and word count are on the left-hand side. You may also get spell checking, proofing and macro commands here, depending on your current task. On the right-hand side, there are commands to change views and zoom the document. Word 365 also has a different type of tab called a contextual tab. These are special tabs that only appear when you are working with a specific object or group of information. For instance, the Picture tab is a contextual tab. Selecting an image in your document causes the Picture tab to appear. You can collapse the ribbon using this icon or by using the Control function key 1 shortcut. You might do this to have more screen space to view your document content. While the ribbon is collapsed, clicking any tab name will temporarily expand it so that you can choose a command. You can permanently expand the ribbon again using the same icon or Control function key 1 shortcut. Change the ribbon display by clicking the arrow icon in the top right-hand corner of the Microsoft Word screen. Each option here has a description of how the ribbon will look. Just click your chosen option to display the ribbon in that view. If you change your mind, display the ribbon in one of the other views at any time by clicking the arrow icon again. Within a tab, some groups feature an option button beside the group name. Click this button to open a dialog box or task pane with more specific controls relating to this group and other commands in the tab. If the screen tip option is turned on, when you mouse over a command, you will see the command name in a screen tip pop-up. The screen tips include a short description and sometimes give a keyboard shortcut. The File tab operates a bit differently to the other tabs. When File is clicked, it opens a special screen called Backstage View. Here's a quick summary of all the Backstage items. New. You've seen this in a previous lesson. It creates a new document from a template. Use Open to open a document from your OneDrive account, your computer or any other location to which you have access. Info shows metadata about the document. The Save command will update the current file with any changes made since it was last saved. If the file has not been saved, the command will be the Save As command, so that you can give your document a save name and save. In Print, you can browse your document in Print Preview, as it would look if it were printed. Select which pages to print and change settings such as paper size, margins and more. Use Share to share this document to the cloud or send it to others by email. Export is used to save the document as a PDF or XPS file or a different file type. Close closes the current document. Account will let you modify your Microsoft account settings. Feedback opens the Windows Feedback tool and Options opens the Word Options dialog box. To close Backstage View without choosing any option, click the back arrow at the top of the menu. Some of Microsoft Word's commands are also displayed using task panes. For example, if you click the Option button in the Clipboard group on the Home tab, you will see the appropriate task pane. This task pane works much like a dialog box in that it contains additional commands for the option on which you clicked. You can also click and drag the task pane title bar to move it around the window. And this title bar has one more useful option. You can use the commands in the task pane's top right corner to modify its display, use the drop-down arrow, or close it entirely with the X button. One final item to check out is Galleries. Many of Microsoft Word's design options are presented in an item called Galleries. For example, on the Home tab, you can see a gallery of styles. You can click one of these styles to apply it to your text. For any gallery, use the arrows on the right-hand side to scroll through the gallery and see more options. Or click the More arrow to see the full gallery. That's your quick tour of the Word user interface. So now you know what each piece of the screen is called and what it is used for. Obviously, this was just a fast visit, and later you will get a chance to become more familiar with the key areas and main commands. You've explored the Microsoft Word interface, and you even had a chance to create a simple document in the reading exercise. Now we will go through the basic steps of creating, typing, saving and printing a Microsoft Word document. We'll create a blank document and check out the default typing options. Formatting marks exist in every document and will display and hide them. You're going to want to secure your work by saving, and you sometimes need to preview and print a document. First, let's get something to work with by creating a blank document. To create a new document, click File and New, then click Blank Document. The Word window opens and you are ready to begin work on your document. You could instead use the Control-N shortcut. Using the shortcut causes a blank new document to immediately open, ready for you to work with. When a document is opened, you can begin typing content into it. And typing is something you often do in your word processing sessions, so let's clarify some of Word's default typing options. These are default behaviours that are intended to make creating documents easier. They include word wrap, autocorrect, checking spelling and grammar as you type, and the on-screen keyboard. With word wrap, when you reach the end of a line, Word automatically moves to the next line without creating a paragraph or line break. Word's autocorrect feature will automatically correct certain text as you type, including symbols, common typos and capitalization. By default, the Check Spelling and Grammar as you type option is on, and Word will mark spelling and grammar errors, including contextual spelling errors, as you type. Those errors are indicated by red and blue underlines. You can right-click any identified error to see the suggestions for resolving it. The on-screen keyboard. If you are using a device such as a tablet that does not have a keyboard, you can display the on-screen keyboard by tapping your finger or stylus once in the working area of your document. You can use this on-screen keyboard just like a regular keyboard, except you tap the on-screen keys. By default, pressing the Insert key on your keyboard will not toggle overtype mode on or off, as it did in previous versions, which means that there is less risk of overtyping your text by mistake. These symbols and characters, called formatting marks, are hidden by default. To show these marks, click the Show Hide command in the Paragraph group of the Home tab, or use the Control, Shift and 8 shortcut. This makes all of the formatting marks in your document appear. Notice how spaces appear as a dot between each word, and the paragraph symbol appears at the end of each paragraph, wherever the Enter key was pressed. One of the formatting marks that you might like to pay particular attention to is the line breaks mark. Line breaks are similar to a manual return on an old typewriter. They create a new line while retaining the formatting from the previous line. Because of this, they are often used for titles. A problem can appear when users press the Enter key or spacebar too often. That can distort the appearance of your content. Viewing these hidden marks can make it easier to remove blank spaces and paragraphs in your document. This tidy-up operation improves its appearance as well as its accessibility. Now that your content is inserted and is laid out nice and tidy, it's time to check out the Save options. To save a file for the first time, you click the Save icon on the Quick Access toolbar, press Ctrl+S, click File, Save, or click File, Save As. Any of these options will open the Save As dialog. On the left-hand side, choose the location to which you want to save. Notice that you have quick access to your PC, as well as locations connected to your Microsoft account. Then click the specific folder in which to place the document. You can now specify the file name and type it at the top of the folder list and click Save to complete the process. To manually choose a location using the classic Save As dialog box from previous versions of Word, click Browse. Word also has an autosave ability. If you're working with a OneDrive or SharePoint document, your changes will automatically be synced to the cloud. You can toggle this option on or off via the Quick Access toolbar. If the file is stored on your local PC, Microsoft Word will save and auto-recover file every 10 minutes. You can change this option by clicking File Options, choosing the Save category and modifying the appropriate setting. Notice that the online autosave feature can also be enabled or disabled here. You've saved your document, and if it is saved to a cloud location such as OneDrive, you can quickly share it using the Share command near the top right-hand corner of the ribbon interface, or using File and Share. Sharing brings up the Send Link dialog box. Here's an overview of the Send Link dialog box's commands. Click this item to set permissions. Enter the recipient's email address and a message to them. Click Send to complete the process. Alternatively, you can use these commands to copy a link to the file or use Outlook to send an email message. Once you click Send, your document will be shared and you will be returned to the main Word window. For when you need a hard copy of your document, there is the Preview and Print options. The Microsoft Word printing options are all in one convenient location. So to preview or to print your document, click File, Print, or press Ctrl-P. The print category of the Backstage view will show, giving you a preview of your document and a pane of printing options. Navigate through the pages of the preview using the arrows, or control the zoom level using the commands on the right-hand corner of the screen. In the left-hand pane of the print category is the Print command. This will tell your computer to print this document. Next to it is the Copies field, where you can choose the number of copies you want printed. Below these options is the Printer drop-down command that you use to select what printer to print out on. Finally, the Settings section allows you to choose the page range to print, page orientation, paper size, margins, and other items. That is a typical working session in Microsoft Word, creating documents, typing, formatting, saving, and printing your work. You'll get a more in-depth treatment of all of these areas during your course. Microsoft Word provides hundreds of pre-designed documents called templates. A template is used to create letters, brochures, reports, and other types of documents. The primary purpose of Word templates is to provide a method of laying out content to save you time and help you keep your documents consistent. Templates can be used to retain settings you commonly adjust, such as margins or tabs, and they can store items you insert frequently, such as pieces of text, dates, names, and so forth. You'll be learning more about all those features as you work through the course. For now, you'll concentrate on the use of templates in Word, create documents using a template, and locate templates stored on your computer. Let's consider how Word templates could help Grace Lopez. Grace has been working for Westcal Publishing for 12 years. During this time, she's been a member of the Fulfillment Centre, supporting online customers. Her word processing skills are at a basic high school level, and she frequently uses Word to create and edit basic documents. Today, she needs to produce a document for her team meeting. It needs to show the meeting agenda along with some other details. More importantly, it needs to look really good. The document design needs to reflect the company identity and present the meeting information in an attractive, easy-to-view format. By using a Word template, Grace can get a professional designed document instantly created. It's easy to replace areas of this document with your own information, giving you a completed file in minutes, not hours. In this lesson, we will learn all about this useful template feature. A Word template can contain pre-formatted styles, graphics, objects, and sample text. Microsoft Word templates are saved as .x files. For instance, a template file name might be report.dotx. This type of file format means that they can be reused without overwriting the template contents. You can use a template many times to create new documents, and it will never change, always producing a predictable, consistent document layout and style. Microsoft Word uses two main types of template. The templates that we will interact with are called document templates, and they focus on the formatting and layout of a particular file. Microsoft Word also uses a template called normal.dotm to remember settings such as your default font size, program options, and more. Many templates feature content controls. These are placeholders that include important document information or make it easy for you to insert content into them later. For example, this date placeholder allows us to easily choose what year to display. Let's go and take the steps needed to create a document from a Word template. To create a document from a template, click File, New. With the New category displayed, you will see a list of templates in the middle pane. There is also a search box with suggested search links at the top of the window, where you can search for templates online. There can be an overwhelming number of templates displayed, and it might take you a while to make your choice. To begin storing your favorite templates, when you see a template that you like, mouse over it and click the pin icon to keep it at the top of the templates displayed in the new category. You can always click this icon again to unpin ones you have grown tired of. To create a document from any template, simply click its thumbnail. With any template, except for the blank document one, you will then see additional information about the template. Let's say the description was not what you expected when you clicked the template. In that case, you can click the left or right arrows to preview different templates. Whenever you have your desired template, just click Create. The template will download and open as a Word document, ready for you to edit. Templates that you've saved to your computer are known as personal templates. To view those templates, click the Personal link. Templates stored in your user account will be displayed. If no templates are available, this tab will not be shown. These templates work like the ones we've already seen. Just click the desired file to create a new document from it. On your computer, to locate your personal template files, check the template storage locations. Your personal templates are typically saved in C:\users\your username /documents/custom office templates. Templates that are included with Microsoft Word or that have been downloaded locally are saved in C:\users\your username /appdata /roaming/Microsoft/template. Okay, that's us done for now with Word templates. Enjoy creating those documents. This lesson introduced you to some of Microsoft Word's core concepts. You explored the key user interface areas to give you a better idea of where to locate items on screen and what to call them. In addition, you experienced document creation using a blank template and with more content-rich templates. You also learned the important tasks of how to create, view, save, and print documents. This lesson covers two key areas: Word's options for getting help and the different ways you can view your document. There is no need to tell you how important the help feature is. We all need to research something new we need to do in Word, or even remind ourselves of commands we've not used in a while. Word has several ways you can get help. You'll be able to check which one works best for you. You are always looking at documents when you are working in Word, and all documents are not the same. You might be dealing with a report or a sales quotation or many other types of document. And you may have documents on screen for many different reasons. For instance, you may be editing, formatting, reading, or proofing. This lesson will help you find the best views for all the different work you do in Word. By the end of this lesson, you will be able to operate the Help search feature, navigate the Help tab, access advanced help options, and use document views. By now you may have noticed that Microsoft Word has a lot of features and commands, and you've only examined a small portion of what it can do. No matter how many books you read or how many courses you take, it's virtually impossible to memorize everything. Luckily, you don't have to. Word comes with a few different help tools so that you can quickly find answers when you have a question. You might be surprised that we're starting with a box called Search instead of Help. The Search feature is the quickest way to get help in Word. It includes a natural language feature powered by AI. Many users now find this the quickest way to locate the help they need. It is a clever innovation, providing more than just basic help. Depending on what you search for, the drop-down may contain several sections, such as Actions, Find in Document, People, and Files. If you were trying to locate a member of your team, you would now be checking the People section. If you had mislaid one of your files, you'd be looking in the Files section, and so on. Of course, when you are looking for help, you'll be checking these sections that may appear: Actions, Best Actions, and Get Help On. The Get Help On section will open the Help task pane with further instructions. However, the Action section contains actual Word commands. Clicking an item here will give you direct access to the command. To seek help using the search box, you type your question in the search box on the title bar. You can enter a word, a phrase, or a full sentence. As you type, you will see various links appear in the drop-down. These are items that are detected as being related to your question. One of the tabs on the Microsoft Word ribbon is named Help. The Help tab has a number of help-related commands. Help opens the start page of the Help task pane. Contact Support opens the Help task pane showing a support contact form. Feedback opens a feedback pane. Show Training opens the Help task pane displaying training links. And What's New opens a pane showing any recent updates that have been made to Word and any new features that are now available. What we have mentioned so far are all methods of accessing Help. Clicking a result from a search or a command from the Help tab activates the Help task pane, where you get the actual Help content. You can also use the function Key 1 shortcut to open the Help task pane. In the Help task pane, you can search for a Help term, click a category to see common Help topics and browse the recommended topics. Let's see just how helpful all these Help features are. Word has several Help tools to quickly get you the answers you need. Right on top here in the title bar is the search box. Or in certain views, it may look like this. When you click the search symbol, the box will expand. You used document templates in a previous lesson. Let's see what help we can get from Word on this topic. You click into the search box and type in the word template. Because the search box has more functionality than just help, you may get different sections in your results depending on what you searched for. These are the 3 items Help Search has returned. Click any result to see the help for it. The help is shown in the Help task pane. In this example, you search for the single word template. You could have searched for the plural templates, the full term document template, or even the sentence, how do I use templates? Potentially different search words will return different results. If you don't see the help you need, try altering your search phrase. And don't be afraid to enter a complete sentence describing what you're looking for. While there are several routes in Word to obtain help, most of them end up here in the task pane. So let's highlight a few features of using this Help task pane. Click the back arrow to return to a previous result in the Help task pane, or click Home to get back to the beginning of the Help screen. Search for a Help term here. Click a category to see common Help topics. Search results or category contents will be displayed here as tiles. Click a tile to view more information. Like other task panes, you can modify this task pane using the drop-down arrow, and when you are finished reading Help on templates, close the Help task pane with the X. Moving now to the Help tab on the ribbon. Help opens the start page of the Help task pane. This is the task pane you saw earlier. You can search it or browse through the topics shown. Contact Support opens the Help task pane showing a Microsoft Technical Support contact box. Feedback opens a task pane where you can provide Microsoft with instant feedback on your experience in Word. Show Training opens the Help task pane to training links. You can click through on these links to access short video training guides. And What's New opens a What's New pane showing recent Word updates. There might be a new feature that is just right for you. Finally, let's just mention that the traditional key press for software help is still active and works in Word. Whenever pressed, the function Key 1 will pop out the Help task pane. Those are the various ways you can access help in Word 365. Use one whenever you have a query, but also just use the help as a general purpose learning resource. Browse it or click categories that interest you. It is such a valuable store of information, tips and tricks. From the View tab in Microsoft Word, you can view your document in different ways. This is particularly useful when you are working with different types of documents. You can change zoom levels, work with multiple documents, even control page movement. In addition, in this lesson, you'll engage with Word's protected view and the Welcome Back bookmark. Grace Lopez wants to progress in Westgal Publishing and is now helping out in the editorial side of the business. It's the role that she really wants to work in. She is now seeing a bigger variety of documents in different environments. The View tab in Microsoft Word offers her the tools she needs to view and use documents in different ways. You will find these tools particularly useful whenever you are working with different types of documents. When you open documents from potentially dangerous locations, such as the internet, Microsoft Word will open that file in a special mode called Protected View. This prevents malicious content from running, helping to protect your computer system. If you trust the file, you can enable editing on the message bar to begin working with it. Otherwise, you can choose to close the file to avoid any risk. This feature can be customized by clicking the Trust Center button in the Trust Center category of the Word Options dialog box. Each time a document is reopened, Microsoft Word automatically offers to take you to the last location of the cursor in that document. A super productivity feature that returns you to your last work point, ready to restart your editing. From the View tab, you can control how pages move. The default movement is vertical, meaning that as you scroll or page your contents, they will move up and down the screen. Switch to the side-to-side view and you can flip horizontally through your document pages, going left and right, like you might do with an ebook. You can view your documents in many different ways. There is no one-fits-all view. Explore the ones available to see what view suits your workload. The Views group of the View tab gives you access to different ways to view your document. All you have to do is to click the view you want and your document will immediately display in that way. Each view title is fairly self-explanatory. See your document in read mode, which shows it full screen, as it will appear on paper, print layout, as it will appear on the web, in an outline format, or in a draft format, which will show fewer features. The Read, Print and Web View commands are also available on the status bar. It's a good idea to adjust window placement to suit your workflow. Getting the layout that matches the work you are doing really improves your comfort and productivity. Use the Window group on the View tab to change how you view documents. Here you have commands to arrange single or multiple windows when you need to compare or edit multiple documents. All the document views we mentioned can be further adjusted by using Word's Zoom tools. Zoom provides a magnification or reduction in the size of the page and its elements. It can be useful to zoom in and get a closer look so that you don't miss any errors, or to zoom out to get a better overview of a large part of your document. Use the Zoom tools from the Zoom group on the View tab to zoom in and zoom out of the page. Remember that zooming has no effect on how your document will appear when printed, shared or posted online. It is simply an adjustment of your screen view. Let's now see examples of controlling the view of your document and check out Protected View and the Welcome Back bookmark. When you open documents from potentially dangerous locations, such as the internet, Microsoft Word will open that file in a special mode called Protected View. If you are not sure about a file, close it to avoid any infection or intrusion. If you trust the file, click Enable Editing on the message bar to begin working with it. If necessary, customize this feature by clicking the Trust Center Settings button in the Trust Center category of the Word Options dialog box. From the Trust Center dialog box, click the Protected View category to configure as desired. Here is a document that was edited before. When you reopen it, Word offers to take you to the last location of the cursor in that document. Simply click the bookmark to go to that location, ready to restart your editing. The default page movement is vertical. As you scroll, the contents move up and down the screen. In the View tab, you can change this default page movement to the side-to-side view. You are then able to flip horizontally through the pages. The scroll goes left and right, not up and down. Here is a document that is composed entirely of text. This might be a contract or other legal document. But this other document has text, graphics tables and other visual elements. Let's check how documents look in different Word views. Here is the contract document in print layout view. This is a pretty commonly used view and it does suit many document types. But outline view might be a better way to work with this content. A double click on this plus sign will collapse the headings under it and only display the top level title. And for some intense editing sessions, switch to draft view. Here you can concentrate on the text content and not be distracted too much by cosmetic elements. For a document with more visual elements, try viewing it in Read View. Read mode adjusts the document according to your screen size. This applies to all the content, including the text, images, videos, tables, and so forth. As you page through the document, notice that Read mode scrolls horizontally rather than vertically in the other views. Let's take this back to the print layout view. By the way, if you like the horizontal scrolling you saw in Read View, remember you saw earlier that you can set it as default for all views using the Page Movement section of the View tab. No matter what view the document is in, the Zoom tools from the Zoom group on the View tab can always be used to zoom in and zoom out of the page. Or you can use the status bar controls to zoom into the text. Now you can have a closer look or share the screen with a group of people. For this document, let's zoom out and get a better look at the overall layout. This time we'll use Zoom from the View menu and choose the preset of one page. Now it's easy to judge the page layout. Several Zoom presets are available in the View tab, or you can access them by clicking the percentage value on the status bar. Many of our day-to-day tasks require us to have several documents opened at the same time. The window group on the View tab is how you change your view of multiple documents. Let's check what each of these can do. I have 3 documents opened. I know a lot of users switch between each document using the Windows taskbar. This is a common approach that works for most of us. This Switch Windows command also allows you to switch between open Word documents. For when I want to see all my documents together, Arrange All arranges all open windows so they can all be viewed at once. You can still click into each window and do your editing or browsing. To return a document to single full window view, click the Maximize button. View 2 documents side by side for easy comparison. When in side-by-side view, your document scrolling is synchronized. Moving in one document is mirrored in the other. This is often just what you need when comparing. But to scroll each document independently, just click the Synchronize Scrolling command. It's a toggle button. This same command switches synchronized scrolling on or off. You can still bring back either of your documents to full window view, and if you are still comparing 2 documents side by side, this command resets the original window position you had for your comparison. Press the View Side by Side command again to exit this view. That's comparing 2 different documents. How about comparing 2 parts of the same document? That is possible in a number of ways. You can do it right here with the Split command. Move the mouse pointer and click into each split to edit or browse. When you are finished, you can remove the split. There is another method you might like to try for document comparison, the New Window command. This creates a new window that also shows the current document. Each window can be managed separately. Any changes made to the document will be reflected in all windows. This might be especially useful to those using a multi-monitor computer system. You could place each document window on a different screen for easy comparison. You lose the synchronized scrolling with this method, so if that's what you need, use the Split Window command. Close any one of the document windows to return to a single view. Okay, that's the end of our tour of the different document views. Check out the views with your own documents to see what works best for you. Don't forget to start using the Welcome Back bookmark shortcut with all your reopened documents. And take care you don't allow any of those protected ones through by mistake. In this lesson, we looked at 2 key areas: Word's options for getting help and the different ways you can view your document. Word has several ways you can get help. You'll now be able to use the Help task pane, search, or the help method of your choice to check new Word commands or remind yourself of those little commands you've forgotten. Whether you are editing, formatting, reading, comparing, or proofing, there is a document view to help you work the way you want to. Explore document views and zoom choices to get the screen layout you need. As you begin to do more work in your documents, and especially with longer documents, you're going to need tools to locate your text and work with it. In this lesson, we will introduce you to the way to work with Microsoft Word's basic navigation and editing tools. By the end of this lesson, you will be able to navigate using the scroll bars, use your keyboard to navigate through a document, and use a variety of methods to select text. At Westcal Publishing, Grace has been promoted to work alongside the assistant editor. To help her boss, she needs to begin working with much longer documents than she has used before this. Grace will need to know the best ways to find and work with text. Microsoft Word's basic navigation and editing tools will help her to locate and modify her content. Scroll bars are included in Microsoft Word. They're a common application element, and you may have used them in other applications. They work in a similar way here. The vertical scroll bar is on the right of your screen. You may also have a horizontal one at the bottom of your screen, just above the status bar. The horizontal one here, for instance, displays if you are zoomed in on your document and need to move left and right to view its full width. A scroll bar has this shaded shaft area with an arrow button at each end and a scroll box, sometimes called a thumb, between the arrow buttons. The full scroll bar length here represents the overall length of your document. The scroll box represents the portion of the object that is visible right now. There's a few ways to use the scroll bars to navigate your document. Use the arrow buttons, clicking once or holding down your primary mouse button. Drag the scroll box up or down. And you can also click in any part of the scroll bar shaded area to move to that part of the document. A click of your secondary mouse button anywhere on the scroll bar gets you a shortcut menu of navigation choices. One small note of caution: when you use the scroll bar, it displays a different part of your document, but it does not move your editing cursor. To edit, you need to move the mouse pointer to the place you want to adjust and then click to relocate the cursor to your required editing point. Some users find that using an external keyboard for navigation helps them work more efficiently. For users who have mobility or vision issues, keyboard operations can be an essential alternative to using a mouse. In further resources at the end of this module, there is a document with a link to full guidance on using the keyboard to navigate in a Word document. For now, let's just mention a few essential keyboard keys that you can use to navigate easily and quickly. Page up goes up one page. Page down goes down one page. Home goes to the beginning of a document. And end goes to the end of a line. You can also use the Control key with the Home key to go to the very beginning of a document, or use the Control and End keys to go to the very end. Many Word editing operations are best done by a select and do process. That is to say, you first select some content, then you indicate what command you want to use. Word applies the command to that section you had selected. Other parts of your content remain unchanged. To illustrate this, here the second sentence of the paragraph is selected. Pressing delete erases that sentence but leaves the rest of the text untouched. We'll explore these methods of selecting. Selecting text with the mouse, selecting text with the keyboard, and selecting text and objects using the Home tab. Most often you will select text using your mouse or other pointing device. You click and drag with your mouse to select text. When text is selected, the text appears highlighted. Remember, when text is selected, any changes you make will be applied to the entire selection. Let's talk about selecting text with the keyboard. Depending on how you work and what you work at, selecting text with the keyboard can be a faster method than using the mouse. Certainly, if you are typing a lot, it is great to be able to keep your hands on the keyboard and not have to move one off to use the mouse. Most of these keyboard commands involve using the keys found in the middle section of many keyboards: Home, End, and the 4 arrow keys. In further resources at the end of this module, there is a complete description of using the keyboard to select in Word. You can also use the editing group on the Home tab to select text and objects. Click the Select button and then click what you want to select. You can choose to select all the text in the document or select text with similar formatting. Use the Select Objects command to select images, charts, and other objects. The final command, Selection pane, will open a task pane. This selection task pane has a list of objects that you can select. Okay, let's see how to use some of those features. This is a document opened on page 1 of 4 pages. The number of pages is shown here on your status bar. The easiest way to move around is to use your scroll bar. If you do not see a scroll bar, it means you are not actively working in this document. To make the scroll bar appear, just click once anywhere in your document. Clicking and dragging the scroll bar tab will move you up and down through the document. To get a slower, slightly more controlled movement, use the arrow keys at the top and bottom of the scroll bar. The final way to use the scroll bar is to click any part of the shaft area. Clicking here moves you towards the top or bottom of your document. If you prefer moving by using the keyboard, the page up key on your keyboard goes up one page, and page down, down one page. Pressing the Home key brings you quickly to the beginning of a line, and pressing the End key jumps to the end of a line. To very quickly go to the beginning of a document, use the Control key with the Home key. That is, hold down the Control key and press the Home key. Let both keys go when you get to your destination. To get right to the very end of a document, you press Control and End. We've spoken of the importance of selecting in Word, primarily because most commands work on the select and do basis. When selecting, often it's text that you want to select. The easiest way to select text is simply to click and drag with your mouse. That is, click and hold down the mouse button, drag your mouse across the text you want to select, and when you get to the end of your text, release the mouse button. Selected text will appear highlighted, and remember, while highlighted, any changes you make will be applied to the selection. For instance, pressing the Delete key will erase the selected text. Or here, with this word best selected, typing the word new replaces the selection. That's a quick way to replace text. With the click and drag selection method, you can select at any level of text: letter, word, phrase, paragraph, page, or other parts. let's select some text using the keyboard, which can often be faster than using the mouse. With the cursor at the beginning of this word, power, hold down the keyboard Shift key and press the right arrow key. Continue to press until the word is highlighted. Use this Shift key method with any other direction keys to select as much text as you wish, selecting down, up, left, or right. There are many other keyboard shortcuts and keys you can use, such as select the entire document with Ctrl-A. You can access a full list of all keyboard shortcuts from the Further Resources item at the end of this module. Here on the Home tab, you can use the Editing group to select text and objects. Click Select and then click what you want to select. The first option, Select All, selects the entire document, as we just did with Ctrl-A. The third option, Select Text with Formatting, will select all text in the document with formatting similar to where your cursor is. Use the Select Objects command to select images, charts, and other elements. And the final command, Selection Pane, opens a task pane with a list of objects that you can select. If you have content selected and you prefer now to have nothing selected, to deselect, just click anywhere outside of your selection. Word has many ways to navigate your document and to select text. Choose the ones that suit the way you work. Use the mouse, keyboard shortcuts, or ribbon commands. And remember, you can apply these commands to a single character, a line, a paragraph, in fact to any level of text, including the entire document. One of Microsoft Word's key features is its options for editing text. In this topic, you will learn about Word's basic editing features, including the Office clipboard, undo, and redo. You don't always get your documents right first time. Sometimes you need to reorder parts of your work. There are several ways to move text around in a Microsoft Word document. The easiest method is drag and drop. To use the drag and drop method, you select the text and drag the text to where you want it to be. You can also use the cut, copy, and paste commands to move text around. Cutting and copying place the text on the clipboard, which we will cover in a moment. Pasting text involves putting that text somewhere else. You should cut text when you want to move it from one location to another, or when you want to remove that text you may need later. To cut text, select the text first. Then choose a cut command. Use the copy command when you want to copy text from one location to another. First, select the text you want to copy, then click the Copy button in the Home tab. You can also right-click on the text and click Copy, or use the Ctrl-C shortcut. It may not look like anything has happened, but your text has been copied to the clipboard. When you have cut or copied your text, you can paste it anywhere you want. Just click in the spot where you want the text to appear and click the Paste button on the Home tab. You can also right-click in the target location and click one of the paste commands on the right-click menu. Or if you prefer using the keyboard, use the Ctrl-V shortcut. By default, paste will only insert the last item that was cut or copied. As a bonus, knowing the cut, copy, and paste keyboard shortcuts means you can also use them outside of Word. They are universal across nearly all Windows programs. The clipboard is where cut and copied text or objects are stored until they are pasted. Normally, it is an invisible area where you can store only one object at a time. However, if you open the Office clipboard, you can save up to 24 items at a time, see them and paste them as needed. For a paste instance, you can control how the paste operation works by clicking the drop-down arrow below the Paste command on the Home tab. Some other options you may encounter when pasting content are Keep source formatting. Keeps the formatting from the original text. Merge formatting. Changes the pasted text formatting to match that of the document. Keep text only. Changes the formatting of the pasted text back to the default font and size with no formatting. Paste special. Opens the Paste Special dialog box, which allows you to perform advanced pasting operations. And Set Default Paste. Opens the Word Options dialog box so that you can control how future paste operations work. The Undo command is on the Quick Access toolbar. This command lets you undo one previous action or several previous actions. Alternatively, you can use the Ctrl-Z shortcut. Undo can be a lifesaver. But before depending on it too much, remember that the Undo command is not always available. For example, you cannot undo saving a file. The redo or repeat command is next to the undo command on the quick access toolbar. When available, this command lets you undo one previous action or several previous actions. You can also use the Control Y shortcut. Let's move some text around in the document. The easiest method to use for this is drag and drop. To use the drag and drop method, first select the text. Release the mouse button, then click and hold your left mouse button on the selection. Now drag the text to where you want it. When you reach the new location, release the mouse button. Notice that the text has moved. Using the cut, copy and paste commands is another common way to reorganize text. To move text, you can use the cut and paste method. To cut text, select the text first. Then click the Cut button on the Home tab. You can also right-click the selected text and click Cut or use the Control X shortcut. The next step is to place your cursor at the location you want to paste the text. To paste, you can click the Paste button on the Home tab. You can also right-click and choose Paste or use the keyboard shortcut Control and V. Notice that the text is now relocated to its new position. That was the cut and paste method in action. Let's look at the copy and paste method now. The copy command works in a very similar way, except when completed, you have two copies of the selected text. As before, first select the text you want to copy. Choose the copy command. Place your cursor where you want the text to appear and paste your text. You have many paste options, such as click the Paste button on the Home tab, right-click and click the Paste command, or if you prefer, use the Control V shortcut. By default, paste will only insert the last item that was cut or copied, but you can continue to paste out that item as often as you like. The reason for this is when you cut or copy an element in a Word document, it is stored in an area known as the clipboard. The clipboard is an invisible area restricted to holding only one object at a time. However, you can open the Office clipboard with a click of the More button in the Clipboard group on the Home tab. With Clipboard opened, you can now store up to 24 items at a time and paste them as needed. Every time you cut or copy an item, it automatically appears in the clipboard. You will also get a notification on your taskbar. And there will be an Office clipboard icon in your taskbar, which you can right-click for options. To paste an item from the clipboard, place your cursor in the document and click the item you want to paste from the clipboard task pane. You can right-click items or click the drop-down arrow on a clipboard item to view a context menu that allows you to paste or delete the item. There are also buttons named Paste All and Clear All at the top of the clipboard. The Options button at the bottom of the clipboard task pane offers some choices. You can turn these on or off to control how the clipboard operates. To close the clipboard, click the X icon at the top right of the panel. You can control how the paste operation works for each paste instance by clicking the drop-down arrow below the Paste command on the Home tab. Just after you execute a paste command, in the Paste Option button at the end of the pasted text, you'll also have these choices. Here you have the following options: Keep Source Formatting, Merge Formatting, Paste as Picture, and Keep Text Only. Choosing the Keep Text Only option, you can opt to paste only the text without any formatting. With the Paste Special option, you open a dialog box with even more choices, including pasting as an image. If you are not sure how you want your content pasted, why not try using the Live Preview? You'll get these previews automatically when you place your cursor over a paste option on the Paste drop-down command or the Paste Options menu. When the one you like is displayed, click that button. Have you ever made an error in your document? Not a big issue when you have the Undo command at your disposal. The Undo command is on the Quick Access toolbar. You can undo one previous action or several previous actions. If you're making many mistakes, you might want to memorize the keyboard shortcut, Control and Z. The Redo or Repeat command is next to the Undo command on the Quick Access toolbar. It is available if you have already used the Undo command. With this, you undo one previous action or several previous actions. And it can be operated by the Control and Y shortcut. Microsoft Word also has some great tools for locating text and other items within your document. You'll find two of these tools work for most of your location requirements. The Find tab of the Find and Replace dialog box offers many options for searching for words or phrases. And for longer documents, the navigation pane provides an easy-to-use roadmap. Let's put the navigation pane to work first. The navigation pane is not visible by default. It can be turned on using the View tab on the ribbon. Turn it on by clicking on Navigation pane in the View group. The navigation pane appears on the left side of the screen. At the top of the pane is the search bar where you type the keywords that you are looking for. Often you are searching for plain text, but you can click the drop-down arrow to access advanced find options or to find particular objects such as graphics and tables. Underneath this bar there are 3 tabs: Headings, Pages and Results. Use these tabs to view your document's roadmap in different ways, as well as to view a list of search results. The main part of the pane has the contents of the document using the specified view. The sample document has headings formatted using word styles. If you have not formatted using styles, the Headings tab of the navigation pane won't be of much use, since nothing will show up here. The main part of the pane has the contents of the document using a specified view. For instance, in the Pages tab, you see the pages of your document. Another way of searching your document is using the Find and Replace dialog box. From the Home tab of the ribbon, locate the Editing group. It will be toward the right of your screen. And then turn on Find and Replace by first clicking on the Find drop-down and then selecting Advanced Find. To use the Find tab of this dialog box, type what you are looking for and click Find Next. The next instance of the word is highlighted. To use the Replace tab, type what you are looking for and what you want it to be replaced by. To use the Go To tab, choose the item you are looking for from the left-hand side and enter the appropriate reference, such as a page number, in the right-hand side. Then click Go To. On both the Find and Replace tabs, there is a More command that gives options for refining the search. Click the More command to show a wealth of options for refining searches. Some commonly used options are matching the case of the text you are looking for, finding whole words only, and using wildcards. When Use Wildcards is ticked, you see this noted in the Options heading under the Find What box. There are several possible wildcards you can use. The most popular are the asterisk and the question mark symbols. Searching for the term TH asterisk will locate any text beginning with TH. The asterisk character is a wildcard that means any character or characters. For instance, TH asterisk will return words such as that, there, the, and theory. The question mark character is the other commonly used wildcard, and it means replace any single character. B $LL finds ball, bell, and bill. Now to locate items in our document using the navigation pane and the Find and Replace dialog box. We'll display the navigation pane from the View tab of the ribbon. In the Show group, click the checkbox to turn on the navigation pane. The pane is now visible on the left side of the document. Because this document is formatted using Word's heading styles, you see the text of the headings and subheadings displayed here under the Headings tab. Clicking on an item such as the Chromosphere subheading jumps you to that point in the document. The Pages tab offers a different overview of the document. To more effectively navigate in this Pages view, you might like to expand the navigation pane. With the thumbnails of the pages displayed, you can better see where to navigate to next in the document. Click any page to go to it. To exit the navigation pane, use the Close button. While the navigation pane is a very easy and quick way to get around, there are times when you need to locate a more precise location. The Find command provides this. It is here in the Editing group of the Home tab. Yep, we are back at the navigation pane. Now in the Results tab, if the pane is opened, you can also just start your find from here without needing to go to the ribbon. Let's locate the planet Mercury in our document. Type Mercury into the search box. And the planet is found. There are 4 occurrences in the document. You can see the words highlighted in your text. Continue to type in the Find box to locate items. The searching proceeds as you type. The more you type, the narrower your search becomes. For example, the word 7 has 5 results, meaning it is found 5 times in the document. But you're not looking for 7. The phrase that you're trying to track down is about the planet Jupiter. It is 7 moons. typing the phrase 7 moons returns one search result. There is a brief excerpt of all the text at the found location shown in the results. This excerpt can be a useful feature when you are doing a lot of searching. You can expand the find functionality by using it together with replace. Let's use this to locate and change the word energy. Energy is used several times in your document. You want to change this word and replace it with power. For instance, where you have the sun is the main source of energy for the earth, you would like to have the sun is the main source of power for the earth. Begin the replace command from the editing group on the Home tab. In Find What, you type energy, and in Replace With, power. With the dialog box buttons, you can cancel this operation, use the Find Next to just locate the next energy word, use Replace to change that one found instance. The button most often used, and the one you want right now, is Replace All. A confirmation message is displayed. Now all the energy words are gone. In their place is the word power. For more complicated searches, there is Advanced Find. You can access it directly from the editing group. Advanced Find allows you to search using the search wildcards. The editor has placed a few reference marks in the document. They all begin with the prefix R1. To locate each one of these manually would be a big task, a task you can accomplish with one command here in Advanced Find. Firstly, enable the More section. Select to use wildcards. Then in the Find What box, enter R1 asterisk. The asterisk stands for any character or characters. No matter what numbered reference is there, so long as it begins with R1, it will be found. For this search, take the choice to Highlight All. You've tracked down all of those references. We covered navigation techniques, text modification tools, undo, redo, cut, copy and paste, the Office clipboard and the Find and Replace dialog box. You should now be comfortable with moving through a document and making any necessary edits. You should also be able to use advanced find and replace operations involving wildcards. In this lesson, we looked at Microsoft Word's basic navigation and editing tools. I'm sure you'll find some of these useful in your work, especially when using longer documents. Now that you have the skills of searching wildcards and a comprehensive navigation system, you'll never lose anything again. Microsoft Word has tools to check your spelling and grammar. Going beyond this, you can get the readability score of your document to check how easy it will be for your audience to understand your content. Word also has some features you can use as research tools. This might be to look up online articles, synonyms, translations, and so forth. Many of the tools can be customized to suit your needs. By the end of this lesson, you'll be able to check the spelling and grammar of a document and operate proofing tools such as the Thesaurus and Translator. Before printing, Westcal Publishing often works on the layout and design of a document for their clients. They tweak contents, add pieces, and even remove complete sections from a document. Their customers trust them to edit their content, so before a job moves from design to final printing, it is vital that Grace checks the documents for problems. It's up to her to ensure that no errors appear in the printed version. Microsoft Word has some great tools that will help Grace with this important part of her job. You have many Microsoft Word tools you can use to make sure your use of language in a document is correct. In this topic, you will learn how to run a spelling and grammar check. You will also learn how to perform a word count and check the readability score of a document. By default, Microsoft Word marks potential spelling and grammatical errors as you type. You don't need to run a command to show errors while you work. Possible spelling errors are marked with a red double underline, and possible grammatical errors are marked with a blue double underline. This automatic checking as you type includes contextual spelling errors, where you spell a word correctly but use it incorrectly. You may find that checking as you type gives you all the control you need for your spelling and grammar. Alternatively, you may feel that you prefer to run a final full spelling and grammar check. You can start this type of check by a click on Editor in the Review tab, or you can use a shortcut key, pressing Function key 7 on your keyboard. You will get the Editor task pane on the right of your screen with several tiles displayed. 2 of these list the spelling and grammar errors. While many common spelling and typing mistakes are detected by Microsoft Word, not all are. It is advisable to carefully proofread yourself and correct remaining issues manually. Word checks for spelling errors by comparing every word in your document against its dictionary. If a word is not in the dictionary, then it is considered incorrect. Of course, this might not always be the case. Microsoft Word does not get every spelling issue right every time. To improve checking, Word includes a customizable dictionary where you can add your own words. You may like to add in items that are correct but often get flagged as incorrect. Items such as proper names, brand names, location, and so forth. In the Word Options dialog box, click the Proofing category. Then click the Custom Dictionaries button. You can view this dictionary or add other custom dictionaries. In the Custom Dictionaries dialog, you can manage and modify all custom dictionaries. From here, you could, for instance, remove a word from Custom Dictionary. You might remove a word because it was added by accident to a dictionary. During your spell checking activities, if you use the Add to Dictionary option, your word is included here in a custom dictionary. Word automatically counts the number of words in your document and displays the total in the status bar at the bottom of the app. Clicking the word count statistic on the status bar brings up a word count dialog box. You can also review the word count and the number of pages and characters by going to Review Word Count. To get the word count for only part of your text, you just need to select the text concerned and its total will display on the status bar. The editor pane also shows an editor score. This gives a readability statistic, where the higher your score, the better. You should first correct or ignore errors found in your document before consulting the editor score. There may be check marks or a number next to the item. A check mark means you have processed the errors in that section. When you have a number there, that shows how many issues were found and remain unrepaired. Click that number and the pane will transform into suggestions for replacement. At Westcal, Grace needs to quality check a document that has gone through a final round of editing. As part of the task, she will complete a thorough proofread. This includes running spelling and grammar checks and ensuring its content is under the maximum length of 300 words. The Check As You Type system already reveals some spelling and grammar errors. To correct any of these, you just click on the word or use the right mouse click method. When making these corrections, you can sometimes get a list of suggestions and can choose the replacement you need. Where you've looked at the suggestions and can't find a replacement that works for you, there are further options. With this word, clientela, Grace knows that it is correct. Even though it is marked as a possible misspelling here, that's because it's an ancient Latin word that is not included in Word's dictionary. The spell check suggests using the word clientele, but also provides the option to ignore all. Ignore all has the effect of not marking this word incorrect anywhere else in this document. Also, here is the More button. Clicking this reveals more choices. You would get this menu also if you had right-clicked on the word. You might sometimes need the Ignore choice. This ignores just this instance of the word clientela. If it appears elsewhere in this document, those words will remain marked as incorrect. Grace has other documents of this client, and that word may be present in those also. Right now, for Grace, the choice that will suit her workflow is to Add to Dictionary. Now the word is in the dictionary system, and it will not be marked as incorrect in this document or any other. The alternative to individually clicking each suspect word is to run a full document spelling and grammar check. Start this by a click on Editor in the Review tab, or you can use a shortcut key, pressing Function key 7 on your keyboard. The bar represents your document's 100% possible editor score. This is how much the document scores, and these are the 3 areas marked for improvement. Hover over any part of the bar to get more information, and click any part to begin processing all the suggestions. Return to the editor main screen at any time by using the back button. The 3 areas are also listed in the tiles below the bar. They are spelling, grammar, and refinements. A click on a tile begins processing its suggestions. Here you have the same choices and decisions you faced when clicking a suspect word, except now those options are presented in the editor pane. Once you've chosen how to manage each error, the next error will be shown. When all errors are addressed, the tile will show a tick mark informing you that the check is complete. Even after completing the editor checks, it's a good idea to carefully proofread yourself and correct remaining issues manually. Here we have a discrepancy between our headings. Notes and further information are in bold and are followed by a full colon, but the heading Scene Background has no colon and is not bold. Grace needs one final read-through to track down such issues. During your spell check, you added the word clientela to the dictionary. It is now included in a customizable dictionary. You may like to add in items that are correct but often get flagged as incorrect, such as product names, brand names, locations, and so forth. To view and edit a custom dictionary, click File Options. In the Word Options dialog box, click the Proofing category. Then click the Custom Dictionaries button. To see the content of a dictionary, select it and click Edit Word List. Our Latin word is added here. During any spell checking activities, if you use the Add to Dictionary option, your word would be included here in a custom dictionary. When you have finished viewing or editing the dictionary, use the OK or Cancel button to return to your document. Grace has one more task. That is to check the document word count, a total of 320 words. OK, Grace has just a few words to edit out. This is the longest paragraph. Perhaps this is a good place to start the work. When you select something, the status bar will show its word count. This paragraph has 101 words. Now you know how to use Word's main proofing tools. You can look forward to 100% correct spelling and grammar in all your documents. Microsoft Word also features research tools to look up information, such as online articles, synonyms, translations, and more. Let's look at how useful the Thesaurus, Translator, Researcher, and Search tools can be to your document edits. You'll also access the Research Options dialog box to customize it to your own requirements. You can open Word's Thesaurus from the Thesaurus command on the Review tab or with the shortcut key press of Shift and Function key 7. A thesaurus is a resource that displays lists of alternative words. It's most often used to locate synonyms, which are words that have the same or similar meanings. It also suggests antonyms, words with the opposite meanings. You can insert any word from the thesaurus suggestions to replace the word in your document. Word's ability with language extends even to translation. To translate a word or selected text, click Review Translate. Then you can choose to translate a selected word or phrase, or with Translate Document, convert the whole document into another language. In Translate Preferences, you can set the document translation languages and specify other translation options. To translate our selected text, click Translate Document. In the Translate pane, you can set the Translate to language. The Translate from language is automatically detected, in this case as English. In the Research group of the References tab, there is a search command. You might think this is just for locating content in your document. No, it has a much wider use, offering a variety of information about a selected word or phrase. The tiles in the search pane show an assortment of items related to save time, our selected phrase. Researcher is a feature that seems the same as search, but it provides some more advanced features. To start Researcher, click References Researcher. In the Researcher pane, you simply enter your search term and press Enter to get the results. Scroll through the returned results or use the headings to filter what is displayed. If you find the research tool a useful addition to the way you work, you might like to optimize it for your own particular requirements. Under File Options, click the Trust Center category and click the Trust Center Settings button. In the Privacy Options category, select the Research Options button. In the Research Options dialog box, you can customize available research services, add new services, and enable parental control filters. There may be specialist services that are important for your industry or area of study. In Add Services, you can include those sources. To add research services, click Add Services. Then select or type the internet address for the service you want in the address box. And finally, click Add. The service is automatically enabled for searching, and the next time you open the Research task pane, matching items from your added service will be included in the results. To quickly use the thesaurus, right-click a word and choose Synonyms. If you want to replace the current word with a word in the list, just click it. Clicking the Thesaurus command at the end of the list will open the Thesaurus pane on the right of your document, as will the Thesaurus command on the Review tab. The list of words in the pane may display both synonyms and antonyms. Right-click a word to add it to the document. With the Thesaurus pane, you can work independently of the words in your document. At the top of the task pane, you can enter a search term and press Enter to perform a search. the results of your search will be displayed in the main area of the task pane. You can click a word to search for it or right-click it for options. At the bottom of the task pane, you can choose the language you want to use. Like any other task pane, the Thesaurus task pane can be resized or moved. When you have finished working with the pane, click the X to close it. If you like using the keyboard, use the shortcut key press of Shift plus F7 to launch the Thesaurus. To translate a word or selected text, click Review Translate. Translate has three options. Translate Selection will open the Translator task pane, where you can translate a selected word or phrase. Translate Document will convert the whole document using machine translation. In Translate Preferences, you can set document translation language and specify translation options. Translate Selection opens the Translator task pane with your selected text present. Now you need to select the language to translate the text into. Let's choose French. The To tile of the pane displays the French translation. Insert replaces your selection in the document with the translated version. In the Research group of the Reference tab, the Search command offers you all kinds of information about a selected word or phrase. To begin, select the text you want to look up. Then click Search command on the References tab or use the right-click menu. The search pane opens. The first tile will normally be a definition of your selected item. Scroll down the pane to see more information or click the More drop-down to filter what's displayed. Choose All to display all tiles. The top box allows you to search for any word or phrase you care to type in. The Researcher feature is similar to Search but provides more advanced features. To start, click References, Researcher. The Researcher task pane will open. Enter your search term and press Enter. Scroll through the items in the pane or use the headings to filter. Insert any item into your document using the plus sign. When adding to your document, you may need to respond to a Creating Bibliography message. When using this feature, it is best practice to always add a citation to ensure correct attribution of quoted works. The topic reference has been added to your document, and there is also a bibliography with its source. To return to your search term, click the back arrow. If you need to further research your topic, why not check out the related search items listed here as what people have also searched for. This autofills the search box and refreshes the search results. The Research tool is a powerful study or exploration device. To optimize it for your needs, use File Options to open the Word Options dialog box. Then click the Trust Center category and click the Trust Center Settings button. The Trust Center dialog box opens. Then click the Privacy Options category and click the Research Options button. The Research Options dialog box opens. Using this dialog box, you can customize available research services, add new services, and enable parental control filters. Now you know how to use Thesaurus, Search, and Research to enhance your creativity and documentation skills. In this lesson, you learned about some of the tools to use when proofing documents. They include spell check, the Thesaurus, the translator, and word count. You also learned about the Researcher, Search, and the Research Options dialog box, a collection of tools enabling you to do extensive research while staying right inside the documents you are working on. Hello and welcome. There's more to Microsoft Word than just typing out endless paragraphs of text on a blank page. Did you know that you can format text to change its color and size or even its position on the page? Or you can add a table to your document to display important data. You can also display data and other information using lists. In this module, you'll explore how to work with text, tables, and lists. Along the way, you'll learn how to format text and paragraphs, display text as list items, apply styles, and add tables to a document. You'll also learn how to format tables, sort table data, control cell layout, and finally, you'll discover how to manage lists. By the end of this module, you'll be a pro with text, tables, and lists. So what are you waiting for? It's time to get to work. How do you make your Word document really stand out from the crowd? By formatting your text. Here's a look at how Westcal Publishing make use of formatting. Grace has been tasked with responding to some mail that Westcal has recently received. She must make sure that all replies are formatted according to Westcal's branding guidelines. With Microsoft Word, Grace can format the letter to match Westcal's brand. In this lesson, you'll also learn how to use the formatting features in Microsoft Word. By the end of this lesson, you'll know how to apply character formatting, align text using tabs, and display text as list items. Before you begin, you should know what text formatting is, along with the different formatting methods available to Microsoft Word users. Microsoft Word offers a wide variety of formatting options that you can apply to your text. Whether you want to create a straightforward, simple design or a vibrant, modern look, Microsoft Word has all the tools that you need. There are several formatting methods available in Word, including fonts, the font group commands on the Home tab, highlighting text, the Format Painter, and the Mini toolbar. Fonts are one of the most important elements in formatting. A font is a complete set of characters with typeface and style used to create text in your document. Fonts come in a range of different styles. Some fonts are all capitals, while other fonts are all symbols. The key thing to remember is that fonts are very customizable. You can change different elements of a font, including size, type, color, spacing, and effects, along with other options. The fonts that are available in Word depend on what other applications are installed and if you have installed any extra font packages. However, Word and Windows come with quite a few fonts pre-installed, so you have plenty of choice to begin with. Here's a sample of some different fonts. To alter a font, you typically select the text that you want to change. You may have noticed the Mini toolbar pop up if you move your mouse near or right-click selected text. The toolbar contains the most frequently used formatting commands. Here's a quick look at each option. Select these drop-down menus to change the font face and size. Use these buttons to nudge the font size up or down. Click this icon to toggle the Format Painter. This lets you copy the text formatting from the selected text and paint it onto another text. Apply bold, italic, or underlining effects to the text. Select this icon to highlight text. Click the drop-down arrow for additional highlighting colors. You can also change font color. Click the drop-down arrow for additional font colors. Apply bullets or numbers to the selected text. Click the drop-down arrow to choose a style, and apply a style to the selected text. You can explore more formatting commands on the font group of the Home tab. The two drop-down menus on the top row of this group allow you to change font face and size. Next to those menus, you will find commands to nudge the font size up or down, change the case of the selected text, and clear formatting from text. On the second row of this group, the first 6 buttons allow you to apply bold, italic, underline, strike through, superscript, and subscript formatting. Each button shows you an example of what that formatting looks like. The underline command also has a drop-down arrow that allows you to customize the line's appearance. Next, you will see commands to apply text effects, highlight text, and change the font color. Note that these final 2 commands work in the same way. You can click the button to change the color of the text to the one displayed on the button, or click the drop-down arrow to choose a new color. Finally, the Option button opens the font dialog box. This box gives you control over all these settings, as well as some advanced options. There are times when you might want to draw attention to a particular part of a document. You can do this using the text highlighting options. To highlight text, first select the text you want to highlight. Then click the Text Highlight Color command on the Home tab to apply the color shown on the button. You can also click the drop-down arrow and click a different color. You can also apply highlighting without selecting text. Just click the Text Highlight Color command first and then use your cursor to click and drag over the text that you want to highlight. Click the Text Highlight Color command again to turn off this feature. You can remove highlighting by selecting the text and clicking No Color on the Text Highlight Color menu. The Text Highlight Color command can also be found on the Mini toolbar. You can also print a document with highlighted text. To show or hide highlighting for printing or display, click or uncheck the Show Highlighter Marks option in the Display category of the Word Options dialog box. Word can copy and paste text with or without formatting. But did you know that Word can also copy just the formatting from text? First, select the text that has the formatting that you want to duplicate. Next, click the Format Painter icon on the Home tab or the mini toolbar. You can also use the Ctrl-Shift and C and the Ctrl-Shift and V shortcuts. Your cursor will turn into a paintbrush. Now select the text that you want to format. The new text will take the format of the old text. The Format Painter command will also become deselected. To apply the same formatting to multiple items, double-click the Format Painter and then select as many items as you want. When you are done formatting, click the Format Painter icon again to turn it off. Remember that formats are not stored on the clipboard, and you can only copy formatting for one set of text at a time. The Format Painter captures all kinds of formats, including font formatting and paragraph formatting, such as borders, fills and shading, bullets and numbering, and columns. You're now familiar with how to apply the wide variety of formatting options available in Word to your document. And you know how to manage the tools and features. Great start. Have you ever tried to create a document where you need text to appear in different positions on the page? With Microsoft Word, you can align text wherever you need it to appear on the page. Find out how this feature is used over at Westcal Publishing. Westcal Publishing is preparing to distribute a list of printing services they provide to students. Grace is using Word to create the list of these services, along with their respective prices. She must list the printing services while making sure that the prices are aligned to the decimal point. The Decimal tab feature in Microsoft Word is the perfect tool for this task. Grace can use the decimal tool and other alignment features to complete her task by altering the alignment of her text. Tabs and other text alignment tools and features let you customize exactly where your text appears on the page. So what alignment tools and features does Microsoft Word offer to users like Grace? Tabs and tab stops control where your text is horizontally aligned. You can customize and create tab stops using the ruler. And you can also set tabs using the Tabs dialog box. So, how do you align text using these tools and features? By default, Microsoft Word sets a left tab stop every ½ inch, but you can customize these however you like. When you press the Tab key, the cursor will move to the preset tab location. This is much more efficient and consistent than pressing space multiple times. You can also create and customize tab stops using the ruler tool. The ruler is a great way to line up objects and perform many other tasks. By default, the ruler is hidden. To display it in your document, just select View and then Ruler. Here's an overview of the ruler tabs. The ruler offers 5 main types of tabs. With the left tab, text starts at the left point and flows to the right. With the right tab, text starts at the right and flows to the left. The Center tab centers text on a point. The Decimal tab is used to align numbers around a decimal point. Finally, there are bar tabs. These tabs are the only type that do not affect text. They just place a vertical bar at the point of the tab. To set a tab stop on the ruler, make sure that the ruler is displayed and that the text that you want the tab to apply to is selected, or that the paragraph is active. Now click the tab selector on the ruler to choose the type of tab you want to apply. Click on the ruler to place the tab. Now, when you place the cursor on the start of this line and press Tab or click Home and then Indent, the created tab is applied. You can remove a tab by dragging it off the ruler. Another way to set tabs is using the Tabs dialog box. To start, select the text or paragraphs to which you want to apply the tabs. Then click the Option button in the paragraph group of the Home tab. In the paragraph dialog box that opens, click the Tabs button. The Tabs dialog box opens. At the top of this dialog box, you can set where you want the tab to be positioned. Then you can set its alignment or type and leading character. Once these options are set, click the Set button to create the tab. You can also clear the selected tab or clear all tabs with this dialog box. Finally, you can also set the default tab stops to whatever interval you desire. When you have finished setting your tab options, click OK to implement your settings or click Cancel to discard your changes. You're now up to speed with using Microsoft Word's text alignment tools to customize the placement of text in your Word document. When creating documents, you may need to display text as list items, or perhaps you might need to add a numbered list. Microsoft Word is perfect for these tasks. Head over to Westcal and see how they use list items. A medical student has written to Westcal requesting a list of books that the company has published in their field. Grace has been tasked with responding to the student's inquiry. She must create a document that provides the titles as a numbered itemized list. You can create 3 types of lists in Microsoft Word. The first of these is a bulleted list. With a bulleted list, each list item is marked with a character or symbol. You can also create a numbered list in which each item is identified with a number or letter. And finally, there are multi-level lists. You'll cover these at a later stage. But for now, it is enough for you to know that a multi-level list separates points, sub-points and sub-sub-points with various symbols, letters or numbers. So how do you display text in the form of different list items? To convert existing text to a bulleted list, first select the text. Then click the Bullets command in the Paragraph group of the Home tab to apply the default formatting. The default bullets are applied. The Bullets command can also be found on the Mini toolbar. You can also click the drop-down arrow next to the Bullets command to choose a different style. Note the Recently Used Bullets and Document Bullets section in the drop-down menu. Use these sections to quickly pick a recently used item or a type of list already used in the document to maintain consistency. To create a list while you type, click the Bullets command. Type the information for the first bullet and then press Enter to move to the next line. Once you have finished entering the items in your list, press Enter twice to signify the end of the list. To convert existing text to a numbered list, first select the text. Then click the Numbering command in the Paragraph group of the Home tab to apply the default formatting. The default numbering style will then be applied. The Numbering command can also be found on the Mini toolbar. You can also click the drop-down arrow next to the Numbering command to choose a different style. Just like with bulleted lists, the Numbered Lists drop-down also contains Recently Used and Document sections. To maintain consistency, use these sections to quickly pick a recently used item or type of list already used in the document. To create a list while you type, click the Numbering command. Type the information for the first number and then press Enter to move to the next line. Once you have finished entering the items in your list, press Enter twice to signify the end of the list. To further customize a list, just click the Define command at the bottom of any of the 3 drop-down menus. For example, here is the command for the Bullets drop-down menu. And here is the resulting dialog box. Note that each list type has a different dialog box. You now know how to use the available tools to create and customize simple bulleted and numbered lists in Microsoft Word. Great job! Working with text and paragraphs in a Word document involves applying borders and shading, applying styles and effectively managing formatting. Many companies have guidelines around formatting text in their documents. These guidelines are intended to reflect their branding. Here's an example of Westcal Publishing and their formatting guidelines. Grace is working on Westcal Publishing's latest report. This report will be distributed amongst management to show the progress of the business over the last few months. She's developing the report in Microsoft Word and needs to make sure that the formatting she uses for text and paragraphs reflects Westcal's branding. Microsoft Word offers several formatting tools Grace can use to make sure her report captures Westcal Publishing's specifications. We'll explore these tools over the course of this lesson and see how they can be used to create different kinds of formatting in Word documents. By the end of this lesson, you'll be able to control the layout of different paragraphs, apply borders and shading to text, apply different styles to text, and manage formatting within a document. We'll start with controlling the layout of paragraphs. Some of the commonly used layout tools available in the Home tab of Microsoft Word include paragraph alignment options and indentation commands and markers. While tools and commands on the Layout tab include the Margins tool for changing page margins, line and paragraph spacing options, and hyphenation options. Over the next few minutes, you'll explore these tools and commands and learn how they can be used to control formatting in documents. Margins are the white space separating text from the edge of a page or another object. To change the page margins in your document, click the Margins button in the Page Setup group of the Layout tab. Then select a preset size. For more options, open the Page Setup dialog box. Here you can customize every aspect of your document's margins, as well as set the page orientation. Next up is the paragraph alignment options. You can find commands to align paragraph text in different ways in the paragraph group of the Home tab. Each type of alignment indicates which margin the text lines up with. From left to right, you can apply left alignment or use the keyboard shortcut Ctrl and L. Center alignment, available via the Ctrl and R shortcut. Right alignment, or Ctrl and E. And justification, where the text is spread out to take up the whole line, also activated with Ctrl and J. Just select the text you want aligned, then click your chosen alignment type. Make sure that you always have one type of alignment selected, or you can apply an alignment using the paragraph dialog box. Open the dialog box using the option button in the paragraph group of the Home tab. You can also control a paragraph's layout with the use of indents. An indent is like a tab. The main difference is that it controls how far text appears from the margin. You can use indents to move text closer to or further away from the margin you desire. If you are creating an academic document, lengthy quotes are usually indented about ½ an inch from each margin. Remember the two additional options from the tab selector button? There is the hanging indent and the first line indent. A first line indent only indents the first line of the paragraph, but a hanging indent does the opposite. It skips over the first line of the paragraph and instead indents the rest of the lines. To indent text, place your cursor in the paragraph that you want to indent. To indent a paragraph from the left very quickly, you can use the Increase Indent button on the paragraph category of the Home ribbon. To set a left indent using this button, first place your cursor in the paragraph that you want to indent. Then click on Increase Indent. Each time that you click on the Increase Indent button, the paragraph will move ½ an inch to the right. The Decrease Indent button can be used to reverse the indent if you no longer need it. Remember, if you want the indent to apply to a group of paragraphs, you will need to highlight them first. If you create an indent in a line that already has text, the indent will only be available for that paragraph. And indents can be moved just like tabs by dragging them around the ruler. You can move the triangles on the left and right edges of the ruler to set indent measurements. By dragging separate parts of the symbols on the left, you can set different types of indents. Drag the upper triangle to set a first line indent. Drag the lower triangle to set a hanging indent. And drag the box that the triangles sit on to set an indent for the whole paragraph. Next, here's a look at some indentation options that can be used to control how the indentation affects the paragraph. The indentation section of the Indents and Spacing tab in the paragraph dialog box gives you finer control over related settings. Here you can place indents from the left or the right margins, or you can check Mirror Indents to create options for inside and outside indents. Note, the mirror indents are used in double-sided printing to correctly alternate the measurements from left to right. You could also choose a first line or hanging indent from the Special menu and then set the amount in the By field. What if you want to create more spacing between text in your document? There are a few options available. To change paragraph spacing, place your cursor in the paragraph that you want to change. Then click the Line and Paragraph Spacing command on the Home tab and choose the desired option. You can also choose to add or remove spaces around paragraphs. You can set these options in the Paragraph group of the Layout tab. If you click the Line Spacing options, the paragraph dialog box will open to the Indents and Spacing tab. Here you will find advanced spacing settings. When using the Justified alignment, you might need to hyphenate a document. Rather than trying to manage it yourself, let Word do the hard work. First, click the Layout tab. Then click the Hyphenation button in the Page Setup group. You can choose None, which ensures that the document is not hyphenated, Automatic to completely hyphenate your document, Manual, which will prompt you each time Microsoft Word thinks that a word needs to be hyphenated, and Hyphenation options to open a dialog box with advanced settings. But what if you want to keep certain words together? Insert a non-breaking hyphen or non-breaking space from the Symbol dialog box. You can also insert non-breaking elements using keyboard shortcuts. A non-breaking hyphen uses the Control, Shift and underscore shortcut. A non-breaking space uses Control, Shift and spacebar. You now know how to use layout tools to create documents that are easy to read and find information within. Well done. Applying borders and shading to a Word document is a useful way of adding colourful effects and custom designs to text. Grace is working on a booklet for one of Westcal's clients. The booklet includes many different sections of text, each of which needs to be divided by borders. The client has also asked that Westcal include shading on the borders to give them a unique look. Microsoft Word offers some great tools for applying borders and shading. Westcal can use these tools for their client's booklet. But before you explore how to apply borders and shading to a document, you must understand the difference between the two. The term border refers to a line that wraps around a page, paragraph or word. The term shading refers to a shadow effect applied to a selected text within a page. Now that you're familiar with the concepts of borders and shading, you can learn how to apply them to your Word documents. To begin, start with applying and formatting borders. To apply borders, select the text or paragraphs that you want to format. If you are just formatting one paragraph, you can simply place your cursor in it. Then click the Borders drop-down arrow on the Home tab. Each command in the list represents a different type of border. You can see a preview of each border by looking at the command icons. Choose what kind of border you want to apply. By default, Word will apply a half-point black border to all sides of the selection. However, if you have customized any of the border settings using the Borders and Shading dialog box, these options will be used instead. There are a few other border options that you can apply. The horizontal line option inserts a horizontal line from margin to margin at the point of your cursor. The Draw Table option changes the cursor to a pencil icon and lets you manually draw a table. However, this is only recommended for users with a graphics tablet. Select View Grid Lines to show or hide table grid lines. Finally, Borders and Shading opens the Borders and Shading dialog box. The Borders and Shading dialog box contains some important features, so here's an overview of the available formatting options. You can choose a basic setting from the list on the left. Then use the menus in the middle to choose a style, colour and width for your border. Next, use the buttons on the right-hand side to toggle parts of the border on or off. For example, you can select this icon and add a bottom line to your border. You can preview your choices as you decide which one to apply. You can also choose what section of your document you want to apply the settings to. And you can also open the Border and Shading Options dialog box. Now that we're familiar with borders, it's time to explore how you can add formatting and shading within your document. To apply shading, select the paragraph or text that you want to format. Next, click Home and then Shading to apply the default shading. Or click the drop-down arrow to choose another colour. You can choose from theme colours, standard colours, or no colour. You can also click More Colours to create a custom shade. Like with other formatting tools, you can preview each colour as you point to it. You can also apply further formatting to your shading using the dialog box. You can use the Shading tab within the dialog box to choose a fill colour, a style type, pattern colour, and area of application. Once you have made your choices, click OK to apply them. You're now familiar with the tools that you can use to apply borders and shading within your Microsoft Word documents. Great work! Microsoft Word's Styles feature can help you create professional-looking documents quickly and easily through a saved set of formatting options. Here's a quick look at how the Styles feature helped out Westcal Publishing. Grace has just created some unique formatting for a document that she's working on. She wants to use this formatting for another document, but it took a long time to set up. She needs to find a way to replicate it quickly and easily. Microsoft Word's Styles feature is perfect for this task. Grace can save her formatting options and then reuse them in other Word documents. A style is a saved set of formatting options that you can create and save within your Microsoft Word program. You can then apply it multiple times to new documents. This increases productivity, saves time, and ensures that your documents remain consistent. So, how does the Styles feature work in Microsoft Word? Microsoft Word includes a wide variety of themes, style sets, and specific styles that offer a great starting point for your document's design. The Styles gallery on the Home tab is where you find the most frequently used styles available in your document. Just click a style to apply it to the selected text. Click the More arrow in the bottom right-hand corner of the list to view the full gallery. And don't forget, there are more style sets available than just those in the gallery. To see what other styles are available, click the Design tab and check out the Style Sets gallery in the Document Formatting group. Just click a thumbnail from the gallery to apply the selected style set to your document. Like with the Styles gallery, you can click the More arrow to see all available style sets. Commands for saving and resetting the current style set are also available here. And you can customize your chosen style set with the Colors and Fonts menus on the Design tab. This is covered in a separate lesson. Next, explore the Styles task pane. The Styles task pane gives you access to all available styles. To open it, click the Option button in the Styles group on the Home tab. You can also use the shortcut Alt, Control, Shift and S. The Styles pane offers a list of features for you to choose from. The task pane itself can be managed in several ways. Click the arrow in the title bar to move, resize or close the pane. Click and drag the title bar to move the pane around the screen. You can also click X to close the pane. The style list is a list of the available styles that you can apply to your document. Select your text and then click your chosen style to apply it. There are also several style options that you can choose from. Enable or disable style preview and linked styles. This means that the list entry shows what the style will look like rather than just the name. Finally, there are style commands. From left to right, these buttons open the New Style dialog box, the Style Inspector and Manage Styles dialog box, and the Style Options dialog box. Time to check out the next tools. The Style Inspector and the Apply Styles task pane. The Style Inspector tool shows the style and formatting applied to the currently selected text. It also offers you commands to manage them. The Apply Styles task pane is another useful tool. You can open it by clicking the More arrow in the Styles gallery and then Apply Styles. Or you can use the Control, Shift and S shortcut. This command opens a small window that lets you choose a style to apply to selected text. You can also modify styles or open the Styles task pane from this window. Finally, here's a look at how to apply styles within your document from the Styles pane. To apply a style, select the text that you want to format. Then click the style you want to apply from the Styles task pane. You can also access the Styles gallery and related commands from the mini toolbar. You can use styles the same way you use other formatting. Turn the style on, type your text and then turn the style off. The style that the selected text is currently using is selected within the Styles pane and the Styles gallery. You now know how to apply styles within your Microsoft Word documents. With this new skill set, you'll be faster, more productive and produce even more creative documents. Microsoft Word has a wide range of tools for applying formatting to text in a document. But what if you need to clear or even change formatting? How do you manage multiple formats in one document? Grace is creating a series of training manuals for a client. She needs to make sure that her manuals replicate the formatting options used in the client's sample documents. However, she's not sure what formatting options these documents use. With Microsoft Word, she can identify the formatting options using tools like the Reveal Formatting task pane. You can also manage formatting in your Word documents using these same formatting tools. With these tools, you can reveal the formatting options used on selected text, clear formatting from selected text, and find and replace all instances of formatting within a document. But how do these formatting tools work? Here's an exploration of some examples. To begin with, here's the Reveal Formatting task pane. The Reveal Formatting task pane is an extension of the Style Inspector. To open this task pane, open the Styles task pane. Click the Style Inspector command, and then click the Reveal Formatting command. Once you've opened the Reveal Formatting task pane, close the other task panes. This removes the clutter from your screen and makes it easier to navigate the tool. So what information is in the Review Formatting pane? The top of the task pane shows you the text that you are currently examining. If there's no text selected, then the tool examines the area around the cursor and displays the words Sample Text. You can also choose to view another selection and compare it to the current one. The body of the task pane shows the formatting elements of your selected text. These elements are separated into 3 levels: font, paragraph, and section. You can click the arrow beside each level to either show or hide its information. And below the levels are the details of each formatting element. Each of these elements is separated by type. You can use the blue hyperlink to open the specific dialog box for those settings. Finally, you can customize your view of the pane using the 2 checkboxes at the bottom. And don't forget that you can move, resize and close this task pane just like any other. I'm sure you often find yourself working on documents with formatting that you need to change. So how do you clear this formatting from the text and change it to your own? The easiest way is to click the Clear Formatting command on the Home tab. You can also reapply the normal style from the Styles gallery or the Styles pane. Did you know that you can also find and replace text throughout your document? This is useful if the formatting that you want to clear is restricted to a particular instance of text. To start, click Home and then Replace, or use the Ctrl and H shortcut. This brings up the Find and Replace dialog box. In the Find and Replace dialog box, click the More button. Check that your cursor is in the Find What field, then click the Format button. This opens a menu with different formatting options, and each command opens the related dialog box. As a simple example, you could choose Font. To begin, search for the instances of Cambria. Then click OK to return to the Find and Replace dialog box. The selected settings are shown below the Find What field. Then click in the Replace With field and repeat the same steps to choose a new format. In this instance, Calibri Light is selected as the replacement font. With the Replace command, one of the following 3 actions can now be performed. Replace the font 1 instance at a time, replace all to replace all instances of the format, and find next to find the next instance of this format. This same technique can also be used to apply formatting to a particular text throughout a document. For example, what if you were to bold and italicize the word community within the document? Enter community in both the Find What field and the Replace With field. Then use the Format and Font menu to specify the formatting to use. Click Replace All. The chosen formatting is then applied. As you've just seen, Microsoft Word offers a number of useful formatting tools. With these tools, you'll be able to manage formatting within any documents that come your way. Great work! Microsoft Word offers several useful features for adding tables to documents. Take a look at how Westcal makes use of tables in Word. Thomas is tasked with creating Westcal's quarterly financial report using Word. He needs to include the company's finances within the document. Thomas realizes that a table would be a great way to display this information. As you've just seen, Thomas can use Microsoft Word to create tables. In this lesson, you'll also learn how to use tables in Microsoft Word. By the end of this lesson, you'll be able to insert tables into a Microsoft Word document, format tables within Word, and convert text to a table. Tables are an excellent way to organize content in a document. They provide an easy way to arrange text and format different areas of the page. They are also simpler to use than other tools that could achieve the same effects, such as multiple sections. Next, here's a look at the structure of a table. The first part of the table is rows, which are sections of data organized horizontally. Next, there's columns, which is data arranged in a vertical format. And finally, there are cells. These are small individual boxes that contain the actual data. So, how do you insert tables into a Word document? There are a few different ways to add tables. Take a moment to explore them. The easiest way to add tables in a document is to click Insert, then Table. Then drag out the dimensions of the table on the grid and click. The table appears in the document, ready for you to add text. If your table is larger than the grid shown in the menu, or if you are having trouble clicking and dragging, click the Insert Table command from the Table menu. Next, open the Insert Table dialog box. You can use this box to enter the number of columns and rows that you want in your table and set the desired auto-fit behavior. Click OK when you are ready. The table appears on screen. You can also create a table using the Draw Table command in the Table menu. However, this method is only recommended for use with a graphics tablet. The Draw Table action turns your cursor into a pencil. Click and drag the pencil to create the table outline. Add rows and columns by manually drawing them. 2 new tabs appear when you insert a table in a Word document. The first tab is Table Design. This tab provides commands to change the appearance of your table. The second tab is Layout. This tab provides commands to change the structure of your table. You don't always have to create your own table. Word also provides some sample tables for common tasks. These are called quick tables. Here's a look at how to add these to a document. To add a quick table to your document, click Insert, Table, Quick Tables, and click a thumbnail. The table appears in your document ready to modify. There may be instances when you need to create a table containing Excel data. You can do this using the table features in Word. To create a table containing Excel data, click to place your cursor where you want the spreadsheet to go. Then click Insert, Table, and Excel Spreadsheet. The Excel Embedded Object interface appears in your Word document. You can now enter your data using the Excel interface. If you have a lot of Excel data to enter, it may be easier to create the file in Excel. You can then paste the data in Microsoft Word, or you can create an embedded object with it. When you are finished, press the Escape key, or click a blank part of the document to return to Microsoft Word. When you are working with a table, you can click in any cell to move to it. You can also navigate through a table using the keyboard shortcuts. Take a moment to review these shortcuts. To move one cell to the right, select Tab, or the right arrow key if the cell is empty. Press Shift and Tab to move one cell to the left, or the left arrow if it's an empty cell. Press the up arrow to move one row up, and the down arrow to move one row down. You can also use keyboard shortcuts to navigate table rows. To quickly navigate to the first row in the table, press Alt and Page up. Press Alt and Page down to jump to the last row. Finally, you can navigate columns. Select Alt and Home to navigate to the first column, or Alt and End for the last column in your table. Finally, take a look at non-printing characters in tables. Here's a table with data. The table's borders have been turned off or hidden. You can reveal the hidden borders by selecting a cell within the table and then view grid lines from the Table Tools Layout tab. The hidden borders are displayed as a dotted line. You can also view special markers to see where the end of the table's rows and columns appear. Just select the Hidden Characters icon on the Home tab. And don't worry about how these might affect your final document. Hidden characters and borders are never printed. They're just there for guidance. You're now familiar with the structure of tables and the different ways to insert tables in a Word document. Great work! Microsoft Word offers a great set of tools for building tables. And you can also use Word to modify tables as needed. Here's a look at how Thomas and Westcal made use of these features and tools. Thomas previously created a table in Word to show Westcal's spending in their first fiscal quarter. He now needs to create another table showing the company's spending in their second fiscal quarter. Thomas can create this second table by copying the first one. He can then use Word's table modification tools to update the information in the cells. Microsoft Word's table modification tools are perfect for this task. Using the tools available in Word, you can insert and delete or move and resize rows and columns, customize cell margins, and set table titles. You can also use layout contextual tab commands and use table properties dialog box commands. So how can you use these tools to modify tables? To select a table, place your mouse over any part of the table. Next, click the four-headed arrow icon above the top left corner of the table. You can also click and drag over the table or any of its parts to select it. Or use the Select menu on the Table Tools Layout tab to select a table or its parts. Just as with regular text, selecting parts of a table tells Word what you want to modify. Once you've added a table to Word, you can begin to modify it. Many of the most common modification commands can be found in the Layout Contextual tab. To open the tab, select a table or place your cursor inside one. You can then access the commands as you need them. The Table Group command lets you work within the entire table. Select Draw Group to manually draw a table, columns or rows. You can also access the Eraser command from here. Select the Rows and Columns group to modify the table's rows and columns. Modify cells using Merge Group. Modify row and column sizes using Cell Size Group. Select the Alignment Group command to change how text is displayed in cells. Finally, you can use the Data Group to modify how table data is arranged. Next, check out the Table Properties dialog box. This is where you can find most table settings. First, select the portion of the table that you want to format. Then click Table Tools Layout tab and the Properties command. You can also right-click the table and click Table Properties. The Table Properties dialog box appears on screen. The Table tab is used to set width, alignment, indent, and text wrapping. It also contains commands for the Borders and Shading dialog box. In addition, you can find commands for the Table Options dialog box, which is used to set cell margins and spacing. Select the Row tab to specify the row height and determine if your table can break across pages. In the Column tab, you can specify your preferred column width. Use the Cell tab to specify preferred width and alignment. The tab also contains an Options button, which opens a dialog box. You can use this box to set cell margins and wrap options. And finally, you can use the Alt Text tab to specify alternative text for the table, which will improve its accessibility. You can also modify a table by inserting and deleting or moving and resizing rows and columns. These are simple tasks that you can perform using commands from the Layout Context tab. To insert a row, move your cursor to the beginning of the row, after which you want the new row to appear. Then click the Insert Row icon. You can use the same technique to insert columns. You can find these same commands on the right-click menu of the mini toolbar and the Rows and Columns group of the Table Tools Layout tab. Another method of deleting a row or column is to select all cells with your mouse, then press Backspace on your keyboard to delete them. To delete an entire table, select all cells with your mouse and then press Backspace. We've seen how you can add and delete cells, but how do you move and resize them? To manually adjust the size of rows or columns, click and drag the row or column separator. You can double-click the separator itself if you want Word to fit the row or column to its text. Set the height of rows and the width of columns in the Cell Size group on the Table Tools Layout tab. This can apply to all rows and columns or just those you have selected. The Distribute Rows command makes all selected rows the same height. Distribute Columns makes all selected columns the same width. Finally, you can use the AutoFit commands to have Word automatically size your table based on various criteria. To move columns or rows, use the Cut, Copy and Paste commands. Now that the rows and tables have been modified, custom spacing can be added within the cell margins. To customize the amount of white space between the table cell borders and their contents, click Table Tools Layout, then Cell Margins. You can also click the Options button in the Table tab of the Table Properties dialog box. Type your cell margins measurements into the dialog box, then select OK. These settings can only be applied to the entire table. What happens if you have more than one table in a document? What other methods can you use to distinguish between them? To add a title to the table, click Table Tools Layout, then Table Properties. This opens the Table Properties dialog box. Click the Alt Text tab. You can enter a title and description for your table in this tab. Click OK to apply the title to the table. It will not be visible in the document, but will be accessible by screen readers and other accessibility programs. Just like Thomas and Westcal, you're now familiar with the tools and features available for selecting, modifying and customizing tables in your Microsoft Word document. Great job. Once you are familiar with the basics of creating tables, you can use a predefined style to format different elements of a table, like styles and fonts. Here's how Westcal make use of this feature. Westcal are approaching the end of their financial year. They have created several tables within Word to show the company's spending during each fiscal quarter. Thomas has been tasked with creating an end-of-year financial report in Word that contains each of these tables. He must make sure that the formatting of each table conforms to Westcal's branding guidelines. Using Microsoft Word, Thomas can align the tables with Westcal's brand. He just needs to format them with the use of predefined styles from the Styles gallery on the Table Design ribbon. Microsoft Word offers several different techniques for formatting tables. Some examples of these techniques include applying styles from the Styles gallery in the Table Design ribbon to a table, changing fonts used within a table, and altering tables with the Table Tools Table Design Context tab commands. So, how do you apply these formatting techniques to a table? The Table Styles gallery in the Table Design ribbon is a good starting point. The use of different table styles from the Table Styles gallery in the Table Styles ribbon is the easiest way to format a table. To apply a style from the Styles gallery, place your cursor inside the table. Then click one of the thumbnails in the Table Styles gallery on the Table Tools Table Design tab. Like with Word's other style galleries, you can click the up and down arrows to navigate through the available styles, or click the More arrow to see all styles. A preview of each style that you can apply to your table appears as you move your mouse over the thumbnails in the Styles gallery. If you need to clear a style from a table, select the Clear command from the bottom of the table. Now you've chosen a style for the table, you need to find a matching font. Here's a look at how to modify fonts. There are a few ways that you can modify the fonts used in a table. The easiest way is to select the desired text and then use the commands on the Home tab or mini toolbar, just as you would with regular text. Or you can modify the table style to change the font. Just be careful, as this will change the font for any table that uses the same style. To begin, right-click the Style thumbnail from the Table Styles gallery on the Table Tools Table Design tab. Then click Modify Table Style. This opens the Modify Style dialog box. In the middle of this dialog box, you will see commands to change the font face, style, effects, and color. You can access more advanced options by clicking Format, then Font to open the Font dialog box. Here's how you can make a few quick changes. Once you have finished making your changes, click OK in all open dialog boxes to apply the style modifications. The selected modifications then appear in the table. Westcal now have a formatted table. As well as the Style gallery, there's also several other design commands on the Table Tools Design tab. Next, take a quick look at the groups. You can use the Table Style Options group to toggle different types of table formatting on and off. You can control the appearance of the table with the Table Style group. And finally, you can customize the table borders with the Borders group. You're now up to speed with formatting a table using the Table Styles gallery, Fonts and Design Context tab commands. You can now create predefined styles to use across your Word documents. When building tables with Word, you might find that you need to move your data into another program. And you might also need to move data into a Word document. Word offers two powerful conversion tools for performing these tasks, which Westcal recently found a use for. Thomas has created Westcal's financial report in Word. It contains several tables showing their fiscal spending for each quarter. He's been tasked with converting this Word document into a .txt or plain text file. Thomas has also downloaded a separate .text file from a client, which he needs to convert into a table. Thomas can perform both tasks using Word's conversion tools. While not all data programs support Word's default format, most do support files such as plain text or comma-separated values, also known as .csv. There are two conversion tools available in Microsoft Word. You can convert data from another source to a table within a Microsoft Word document using the Convert Text to Table dialog box. And likewise, you can convert a table from a Microsoft Word document into a plain text or .text file using the Convert Table to Text dialog box. It's now time to look at how these tools work, starting with the Convert Text to Table dialog box. To convert data into a table, first select the target data. Be advised that this tool only works if the text is correctly separated. Then click Insert, Table, and Convert Text to Table. The tool appears on screen with a list of options. With these tools, you can specify the number of columns required, determine how Word should auto-fit the text, and decide how the text is to be separated. Word populates this information from the table by default, but always double-check the settings to make sure they match your requirements. Click OK when you're ready to proceed. Your text is transformed into a table. Note that you might need to adjust the table or fix the formatting. Next, here's how to convert a table into plain text with the Convert Table to Text dialog box. First, select the table that you want to convert to plain text. Then click Convert to Text in the Data group of the Table Tools Layout tab. The Convert Table to Text dialog box appears on screen. Next, specify how you want your data to be separated. It's best to pick either tabs or commas. Select OK to convert the table. Your table appears as plain text. To complete the conversion, save your document as a plain text or .text file. You now know how to use the conversion tools in Microsoft Word to convert data from Word into plain text files and move data from other sources into a Word document. Great work. Microsoft Word is designed mainly for word processing, but it does offer tools for managing table-based data. here's a quick look at how Westcal make use of these tools. Grace is creating a newsletter to promote a sale of Westcal titles in California University bookshops. She has a list of subscribers to Westcal's newsletter open in Word. She needs to sort the list by region so that she can identify subscribers based in California and target them directly. Grace can use Word's sort command to identify the newsletter subscribers by region. Word offers users several powerful tools for sorting data and controlling the layout of cells. Over the next few minutes, you'll explore each of these tools, and by the end of this lesson, you will be able to sort table data and control cell layout. To start with, here's an overview of how to sort table data using the sort command. The sort command on the Table Tools Layout tab is an excellent tool for arranging data in any way you want. Just select the required column and then select the command to reorganize the information. So how do you sort table data in a document? As an example, look at this table. Currently, the areas appear in the order that they were entered. If you wanted to sort the areas alphabetically, you could place our cursor in that column or select the appropriate data. Then click the Sort command on the Table Tools Layout tab. You can also sort lists and paragraphs using the Home and Sort command. Now you can choose how to sort the data. These settings are the default. The table is sorted in ascending A to Z order based on the contents of the first column. However, they will include the header row if the header row option is checked in the box. To exclude the header row, select No Header Row. Here is the result after clicking OK. You're now familiar with managing table-based data by sorting data in different ways. Nice work. Have you ever struggled with managing the layout of data or text in your tables? With Microsoft Word, you can choose from a range of tools to control the layout of cells in your tables. Take a look at how Westcal makes use of these tools. Grace is creating a table within a Word document that contains a list of new titles Westcal is planning to publish. Before publishing the table, she checks it against Westcal's branding guidelines. These guidelines state that all table headers must be placed vertically to the left of the table itself. Grace's header is currently horizontally aligned in the table's header row. She needs to find a way to alter this header using the cell layout commands in Microsoft Word. With Microsoft Word, there are several commands available to Grace that she can use to control the layout of her table cells and vertically align her heading text. These commands include the ability to merge cells, split cells, change the alignment of text within cells, and change the direction of text within cells. Now it's time to open a document and discover how to make use of these commands. To start with, here's an overview of changing the direction of text within a cell. For example, changing horizontal text to vertical text. Select the text within the table that you want to change the direction of. Then click the Text Direction command on the Table Tools Layout tab. This command acts as a toggle with the image of the button reflecting the current direction of the text. Next, take a look at cell merging. First, select the cells that you would like to merge. Then click Merge Cells on the Table Tools Layout tab or on the right-click menu. Note that this command will only be available if multiple cells are selected. Once you click the command, the cells are then merged to form one cell. You can also use the Split Cells command to divide your table. First, select the cell you want to split. Then click the Split Cells command on the Table Tools Layout tab. Word requires you to configure the split. Enter the desired dimensions and click OK. Word then performs the split. With Microsoft Word's cell layout commands, you can also control the alignment of data within cells. First, select the table that you need to align. Then select an alignment command from the paragraph group on the Home tab. The cells are now aligned with your selected command. You can also adjust the horizontal alignment of individual cells by selecting them and then using these commands. To change both the horizontal and vertical alignment of a cell, you can use the commands in the Alignment group of the Table Tools Layout tab. All these commands can be used on one or multiple cells. You're now up to speed with the tools Microsoft Word offers for controlling the layout of cells. You know how to use these tools to merge and split cells, change their alignment, and change the direction of text. Great job! You might already be familiar with how to create bulleted and numbered lists, but do you know how to sort the information in these lists? Microsoft Word has several sorting tools that you can use to sort text in a document. Westcal often makes use of this tool. Take a moment to find out how. Thomas is assisting Westcal with some admin work. As part of his tasks, he's creating a list of Westcal's medical titles, along with other key information, such as their respective ISBNs. He needs to provide an alphabetical list of titles and a second numerical list of ISBNs. Thomas can use Microsoft Word to sort the lists both alphabetically and numerically. Over the next few minutes, you'll discover the methods that can be used to create these types of lists. By the end of this lesson, you will be able to sort a list, renumber a list, and customize a list. To start off, you'll learn how to sort a list, but before you can sort lists, take a moment to review the different data types available. The first sort type is text. With Microsoft Word, you can sort data numerically and then alphabetically. You can also use the number sort type to sort data numerically. Finally, you can use the date sort type to sort items in chronological order using either dates or times. All three of these sort types let you sort lists in either ascending or descending order. When sorting data, you need to select sort types from sort fields. Sort fields set the criteria by which data is sorted. For example, you could have Word sort a table by first name and then last name to get an alphabetical list. You can choose up to 3 fields when sorting data within a table in Microsoft Word. Take a few minutes to discover how to make use of sort fields to sort through your data. To sort text, first select the items you want to sort. Next, click the Sort command on the Home tab. The Sort Text dialog box appears on screen. You can use this dialog box to set sort field, data type, and sort order. When you have set the options in the dialog box and are ready to sort your chosen text, click OK. Your data is sorted according to the chosen criteria. Don't forget that the Sort command can also be used to sort tables. When sorting tables, access the tool from the Table Tools Layout tab. Then follow the steps that you just covered to determine how your table data should be sorted. Note that you cannot do a multi-level sort on the text in a list. You're now familiar with sorting a list using sort types and sort fields. Have you ever found yourself needing to divide a list within a document in order to continue it elsewhere? Or maybe you wanted to set a particular starting value for your list. With Microsoft Word, you can easily renumber and customize list values. Check in with Westcal to see how they're working with list values. Thomas is updating lists of novels published by Westcal. The lists are organised by genre. Thomas needs to add the most recent titles published in each genre to the existing lists. A key part of this task is ensuring that the numbering styles in each of these lists remains the same as new titles are added. To start off, take a few moments to review the methods for renumbering a list. To add to an existing list, first place your cursor at the end of the last item in the current list. Then press Enter and type your text. If you have used the same numbering style for a second list, you can right-click the second set of numbers and choose to continue the numbering. If you have continued the numbering, a Restart at 1 command will also be available. You can also click Set Numbering Value from this menu. This lets you choose whether you want to start a new list, continue the previous one, and what starting value to set for the list. Select OK to apply your selection. You can also access this command from the Numbering menu on the Home tab. Great work! You're now familiar with renumbering and customizing list values in Microsoft Word. Like many other features in Microsoft Word, lists offer several customization options, particularly when dealing with multi-level lists. There are many different examples of when multi-level lists and list customization options can be of use, as the following case study with Westcal shows. Thomas is creating the contents pages for Westcal's latest academic textbook. These pages are complex and involve the creation of multi-level lists that outline page numbers for chapters, sections, and reference material. He needs to build these multi-level lists and make sure that they are formatted correctly. Thomas can complete these tasks with Microsoft Word's list customization options. Before you find out how to customize lists, you first need to familiarize yourself with multi-level lists and the customization options available. A multi-level list is a hierarchical list that has multiple levels of points and subpoints. Each of these levels has their own ordering scheme, such as letters, numbers and bullets, and their own style. As with a bulleted or numbered list, multi-level lists can be applied to existing text, or they can be created as you type. Here's an overview of the different options that can be used to customize lists. The first option is changing list levels. You can move items within a list up or down the list level. In other words, you can promote or demote items within the list hierarchy. With Word, you also can define new multi-level lists by customizing the appearance of each level in a list. You can customize the font, color, bullet style, and other elements. Finally, you can define a new list style. This is a custom style which is applied to the selected list. The style is also saved to Word so that it can be used again in other documents. Now that you're familiar with the concept of multi-level lists and the available customization options, you can review the creation and customization processes. To start with, here's a look at creating multi-level lists. To create a multi-level list from existing text, select the target text. Then click Home, Multi-Level List, and choose the desired style. You can also customize your lists by increasing and decreasing list levels. In other words, moving one or more lines up or down the list level. To demote an item, in other words, to move it down a list level, select the line or multiple lines. Then click the Increase Indent command in the paragraph group of the Home tab. You can also press Tab. The next level in the list formatting is applied. To move an item up a level, also known as promoting an item, you first need to select a line. Then click the Decrease Indent command or press Shift and Tab. Next, explore the steps for creating a multi-level list from scratch. To create a new multi-level list, click Home and then the Multi-Level List command. Then type your list as normal. Promote and demote items as necessary using the commands. If you are already working with a bulleted or numbered list and you choose to demote items, Microsoft Word will automatically convert the list to a multi-level list. Next, take a look at different styles of list. Here are two style options under the multi-level list command. The top option, Define New Multi-Level List, allows you to customize the appearance of each level of the list. The second option, Define New List Style, allows you to create a custom style for the list. You can then save your custom style to the document template to make it available in other documents. Once you have defined a style using either of these methods, it will appear in the multi-level list drop-down menu. Take a closer look at the gallery that opens when you click the multi-level list command. The gallery contains all lists currently in use, a library of available styles and custom styles if there are any available within the document template. At the bottom of the menu, there are commands to change the current list level, which will be unavailable if a list item is not selected, define a new multi-level list, or define a new list style. You can also customize many of the formatting aspects of the lists in the same way that you would with regular text. A common example of customizing formatting is increasing spacing. You can increase the spacing between list items using the line and paragraph spacing command on the Home tab. Select the list you want to increase spacing within, select the paragraph dialog box, then uncheck the option Don't add space between paragraphs of the same style. Spacing is then added between your selected paragraphs. You now know how to customize a list in Microsoft Word using multi-level lists, list levels, and formatting. Good work.
Hello and welcome to Working with Graphics. Did you know that Microsoft Word carries the type of image management and formatting tools to rival even the more sophisticated graphics software programs? You may think to yourself, I assume this program was just for word processing. When would I need to add graphics or shapes? In fact, there are many different scenarios in which the engaging and intuitive elements of Microsoft Word's graphics features can be used. Maybe you're a college student adding symbols and special characters to a paper, or formatting your paper by adding figures, graphs, and shapes. Maybe you're an employee tasked with creating an organizational chart for your company, a friend creating a fun invite for a party, or even a career advancer impressing your bosses with your Microsoft Word graphics and text box skills. Whatever your role, educational or professional, then this module is for you. You will discover how to add graphics to your Microsoft Word documents, format images, use visual effects, create text boxes and pull quotes, add and format shapes, and finally, create complex illustrations such as organizational charts. Let's get started. You don't have to think of Word as simply a word processing program. It has a multitude of different tools and features that can help you create great-looking documents. In this lesson, you will discover how to insert symbols and special characters, add images and media to a document, add illustrations, icons, and screenshots, resize and crop an image, remove the background of an image, and how to compress images. By now you're familiar with the standard alphabet and number keys on your keyboard. But what about those times when you need to include more unusual characters, such as currency symbols or non-English language accents? Microsoft Word offers a variety of symbols and special characters that can be very useful when creating your documents. The Symbol dialog box helps you make documents look more professional. In this piece of text, everything is spelled correctly and looks okay generally, but what if the author had used symbols instead of text? In this example, the author wants to create a document that looks more eye-catching. In this instance, she used temperature and currency symbols instead of typing the words in full to draw attention to these facts. You can switch to the Special Characters tab within the dialog box to add elements of grammar and other symbols that are commonly used in all types of word processing. You will find the dialog box useful for inserting such elements as the registered company symbol, a trademark, the copyright symbol, and special characters such as dashes, hyphens, and ellipses. One of the more fun ways to use the Insert Symbol function in Word is to pick characters from the Wingdings symbol pane. Wingdings is a series of fonts that renders letters as symbols. Think of Wingdings as the original emoji generator. Grace works at the editorial department of West Cal Publishing. She has just been tasked with creating a brief overview of the department's monthly meeting agenda. Grace has noticed that her colleagues are often disengaged and bored at these meetings. So for this month, she decides to liven up the agenda bullet points using Wingdings. Can you see how you might be more engaged by the agenda presentation if your eye was drawn to these fun symbols during an otherwise boring meeting? The Wingdings symbols also make it easier for the meeting chair to decide when to talk about a particular agenda item. For example, they may wish to discuss the bad news about the paper supplier before getting to the good news of the company picnic. Let's go through the steps you need to take to insert symbols like Wingdings into your documents. To add a symbol to your document, navigate to Symbol on the Insert tab. This feature is on the right-hand side of the ribbon. You can choose a frequently used symbol from the menu or click More Symbols to open the Symbol dialog box. You can resize this box to see more symbols at once. To do this, click and drag the bottom right-hand corner of the dialog box downward. Pick the font to use. By default, Word will display symbols in the current font. Choosing a font can be important because some fonts, such as Wingdings, are all symbols and are quite unique. Some fonts also have special subsets, such as currency symbols or the superscripts and subscripts shown here. Let's go back to Grace's original meeting agenda. She's already added a couple of extra pieces of information to the bulleted list and is now going to add a $sign to these numbers in her first bullet point. She places the cursor beside the 25,000 figure, then selects the $sign and insert. Next, she must delete the text that no longer applies. Grace has also noticed that the paper supply company does not have the correct accent on its Spanish name Peña. To get the correct symbol, which is called the tilde, she uses the basic Latin script subset and finds the N with the tilde, and clicks Insert. Note how there are other options to insert the symbol, such as the shortcut code at the bottom of the window. She can now delete the non-Spanish letter. You can also add a Wingdings symbol to your text. Grace is going to change this plain bullet point into a symbol by selecting a different font. To indicate the successful sales revenue this quarter, she chose a star symbol. You can also format these symbols any way that suits your document. For example, you can change the symbol color and the size as Grace has done here. To the right of the Symbol tab in your dialog box is a Special Character tab. There are two columns here. The first column gives the name of the special character, and the second gives the shortcut key aligned with that character. You can find grammar elements such as dashes, business symbols, spaces, and ellipses on this tab. Let's go through a couple of scenarios where you might find this tab useful. Grace has noticed that she has the wrong symbol surrounding the term Peña paper. She should have what is known as an M dash here instead of hyphens. So let's take a look at how she can change this out. Delete the existing incorrect character. Then navigate to the Special Characters tab, where you can see that M- is the first option, and simply click Insert. Now, Pena Paper is not a business that requires a registered trademark symbol, but let's illustrate how to insert this kind of symbol here so that you can see how it looks in the document. Simply move the marker to where you want the symbol to appear, and as I'm sure you're aware of by now, click Insert again. Now that you know how to insert symbols and special characters, next up we will explore how to insert images. Pictures can provide additional ways to present information and make your documents more appealing. This topic will cover different types of illustrations and show you how to add images to your documents. Let's say you were asked to write up a project on the history of the Aztecs. Your text is well formatted, your written content is engaging, but we live in a visual world. The expectations of your reading audience are high, and a document like this is not particularly visually exciting. However, use the illustration section of the Microsoft Word ribbon and look at what you can achieve. Engaging visuals that liven up your content, no matter what the subject matter of your document. An illustration refers to a graphic file created in or inserted into a Microsoft Word document. You will find the illustration section on the Insert tab of the Microsoft Word ribbon. Word enables you to insert pictures, icons, charts, shapes, SmartArt, and much more. The program also provides you with tools to modify and manage these illustrations. Grace at WestCal is tasked with adding images to a collage project document based on the history of the Aztecs. She decides to add an icon of a map to the paragraph that relates to where the Aztecs were from. First, she moves her cursor to the area that she wants to insert the icon. She goes to the Insert tab, clicks the Icons button, then searches for a map icon, and clicks Insert. Finally, Grace changes the size of the icon to suit the field size in the document. You will learn more about how to resize an image in a later lesson. Next, she decides to add a picture from her own computer. To do this, she simply selects Insert and then This Device. Grace has a saved Map of Mexico picture here, so she adds this to her document. Again, you must ensure that your cursor is blinking in the space where you want the picture to be inserted. Next, she is wondering how a screenshot might look in the document. On the Illustration section, choose the Screenshot drop-down. From here, you can add a screen clipping from other windows that you have open on your computer. Grace already has a window open with pictures of the Mexican flag. A marker appears. It looks like a plus sign. And once you click into the window, you can drag this marker around the image that you want in the screen clipping. The screenshot is then automatically inserted into your document. Along with adding a picture from your own device, an icon, or a screen clipping, you can also insert a stock image or an online image. Did you know that the apple was first brought to Mexico and South America by the Spanish nearly 500 years ago? Let's keep with the red and green theme of the Mexico flag colors and search for an apple. If you want to insert an online image, you are presented with a Bing browser window. From here, you can enter any search term and choose from a variety of different pictures for your document. On searching within this window, you will see a field aligned with a checkbox, which is called Creative Commons Only. Checking this box means that you will only get search returns that are in the public domain. In other words, you are not infringing upon any copyright if you choose to check this. When you add any type of pictures to your document, you will see the Picture Tools and Formatting tab. There are a number of groups on this tab that allow you to modify the picture's appearance, apply different styles, and customize the picture's layout. To the left of the tab, you can remove the picture's background. Selecting the Corrections option allows you to sharpen, soften, brighten, and add contrast to your image. You can apply a different level of color saturation, tone, or even recolor. There are many different artistic effects options, including a chalk sketch format and pixelated background styles. You can change the transparency by selecting the Transparency drop-down menu. Let's add a border to this image. A metal frame may look good here. What about changing this frame color to a darker gray? You can also add a picture effect such as shadow, reflection, soft edge, beveled effect, and 3D rotation. This accessibility option allows you to add what is known as alt text. Now this picture of an apple has default text applied, but you can change the text to whatever you like. Alt text allows you to put in descriptive text, which then becomes available on devices such as screen readers for people who are visually impaired. Let's change this to a 3D rotation effect. You can also realign or reposition your image in line with the surrounding text, or you can choose the wrap text option, which moves the text around the image. The picture can be aligned using the drop-down or cropped over here to the right of the tab. The size of the picture changes by selecting the up or down arrows, or you can drag the corners of the image up and down by selecting the markers on your picture. Coming up next, you'll explore more about changing the size of an image. By now, you are aware of how to format an image using the Picture Tool tab. Let's explore resizing an image in more detail in this lesson. You will also be introduced to some helpful tools for cropping, compressing, and adjusting an image's background. WestCal is preparing for an anniversary celebration, so you're thinking, a graphic designer must be working on this, probably in some sophisticated graphic software program, right? In actual fact, these effects can be achieved with a few simple steps in Microsoft Word. Let's walk through these steps as Grace edits her document. Grace opened a blank Microsoft Word document and inserted WestCal's logo as an image. She wants the logo to fit nicely into the top left of the invite, so she must now resize the image. There are a couple of ways to resize. Firstly, you can navigate to this size area on the ribbon and either click the arrows upwards or downwards, or, as Grace has done, you can enter a value. Grace is going to try 2.5 inches of height to see how it looks. The width will automatically reduce in line with the level of height reduction. Maybe this is a little big. She can also adjust the size by dragging this marker to the edge of the image. Now, Grace crops the logo. She clicks on the drop-down arrow on the crop command to reveal additional cropping options. Using the crop option on the ribbon makes handles appear on each side of the image. Next, she clicks and drags the handles to remove part of the image, then selects Crop Again, and the crop portion disappears. Grace has found a stock image of a cake that she is thinking of using for her party invite. The default shape on inserting an image is rectangular. However, there are additional cropping options on the Word ribbon that allow you to crop images in any shape or ratio you like. Let's run through the steps you need to take to achieve these effects. First, click on the image that you would like to crop. Next, select Crop to Shape on the Picture Format tab, which allows you to pick a shape for cropping. Let's choose a hexagon shape here. The aspect ratio option allows you to crop a picture for a particular height or width ratio. Let's try portrait. Maybe square is better. Selecting Fill resizes an image so that the original area is filled. And by choosing Fit, you can make the content of the entire image fit inside your chosen cropped area. Sometimes images can take up a lot of space on people's computers. If you have a lot of images in your document, you may wish to use the compression tool, which means that the image will take up a lot less memory. You can find this compression command on the Picture Format tab. On selecting Compress Pictures, you will see this dialog box. The first option indicates that these options will apply only to the pictures you have selected in the document. Uncheck this box if you wish these settings to apply to all photos in the document. The second option allows Word to delete cropped areas of pictures. Word was holding the cropped material in its memory to allow for the crop to be reversed. Permanently deleting these cropped areas will reduce the size of the file. Additionally, you have options to set the resolution of the pictures in the document. Once you have set your options, click OK to apply the settings or click Cancel to discard them. Grace is going to try out another photo of a cake from the Microsoft stock images. She likes the cake itself, but wants to remove the brown-colored background behind it. She also wants to remove the candles. Let's run through how you can accomplish this on the Picture Format tab. To begin, select Remove Background on the ribbon. This will highlight the background area to be removed in pink and open the Background Removal tab. You can accept Word's default assessment of what to remove, or you can click Mark Areas to keep or to remove. In the case of this image of the cake, some of the brown background is retained. Let's remove this by drawing around the brown area of the background and then selecting Keep Changes. Grace will complete the same action with the candles. And there we go. The background, including the candles, has now been successfully removed. The Picture Format tab makes resizing images easy, and exploring some of the varied cropping options can actually be quite fun. Next time, you'll discover more about adjusting the appearance of an image in Microsoft Word. There are so many varied and interesting ways that you can use Microsoft Word to add visually engaging elements to your documents. If you were illustrating a modern-day version of a fairy tale featuring a poisoned apple, what color apple would you depict? Chances are you would choose a red-colored apple, as we associate the color red with danger. Now, you may not be tasked with illustrating fairy tales, but knowing how to adjust the appearance of an image quickly and easily in Microsoft Word is a useful skill to have nevertheless. In this lesson, you will explore various commands on the Picture Tool tab that allow you to correct and recolor images, apply artistic effects, transparency, and styles to an image, integrate pictures and text, change a picture's position on the page, add captions to an image, and insert and format screenshots. Grace has decided upon the cake image she'd like to add to her invite. Next, she is going to look into the various picture formatting tools available to her. Although Microsoft Word is not designed to be a photo editing program, it provides you with so many useful tools that allow the appearance of an image to be adjusted. You have seen that when you add an image to the document, the Picture Tools tab will open automatically. Let's review the commands in the Adjust group on this tab, beginning with the Corrections and Color menus. The command next to Remove Background in the Adjust group on the ribbon is called Corrections. Here, you can choose from a variety of presets to sharpen or soften the picture and to adjust the brightness and contrast. Contrast refers to the difference between tones in an image. Brightness refers to the amount of white in the image. Next, let's look at the Color menu. Once again, we have several categories of presets, including color saturation, color tone, and recolor. You can click any of the presets to apply them. The current presets have borders surrounding them. To recolor the picture with a color not shown here, click More Variations and choose a color. The next option in the Color menu, Set Transparent Color, will allow you to mark a color to be made transparent. This image of the cake is one color only, so the transparency would be set against the entire image rather than one color in the image. The white color of the page background will come through here if a marker draws around an area to set transparency. Finally, you can click the Picture Color Options command at the bottom of the menu to open the Format Picture task pane to the Picture Color subcategory of the Picture category. This task pane provides much finer control over saturation, tone, and color options. The Reset command will reverse any changes that you have made in the currently selected preset. Look at the interesting styles and effects that Grace is trying out on her party invite. With a variety of artistic, transparency, border, and rotation options, you can really have fun formatting your image in Word. Let's take a look at how to use and apply these effects and styles. The Artistic Effects menu will show you some presets for adding an artistic flair to your picture. Just click a preset to apply it, or click the Artistic Effects option command at the bottom of the menu to open the Format Picture task pane to the Artistic Effects subcategory. Here you will be able to set different options for each effect, or reset the effect to its default appearance. The Transparency feature lets you make an image see-through. To apply a custom level, click the Picture Transparency Options command to open the Format Picture task pane. In this section of the Adjust group, you can also change your pictures or reset the image back to its original format. Just as with text, there are a number of predefined styles that you can apply to pictures. Simply select the image and choose the appropriate thumbnail from the Picture Style group on the tab. You will see a preview of the style applied to the photo as you hover the cursor over each thumbnail. You can insert a picture border and then change the color of the border depending on how you would like your picture to be framed. Like other galleries, you can use the arrows to scroll through the available picture effects. Perhaps you would choose to add a shadow, reflection, or glow to this image. Or for a fun perspective, change the style to a 3D rotation. Hopefully you're looking forward to putting some of these image appearance features into practice. Next up, you'll discover how to align text around an image in a document. Now that you understand how to customize the appearance of an image, let's look at how to integrate that image with text. The way that a picture interacts with the text around it is controlled by the text wrapping options. You can find the Wrap Text drop-down layout menu on the Picture Format tab. The drop-down menu allows you to preview each layout option. The icon for the current text wrapping method will be highlighted, and new styles can be previewed as you scroll over them. You can choose from square, tight, through, top and bottom, behind text, or in front of text. A quicker way to access the layout options is to click the button that appears next to the selected image. The Layout Options mini task pane will then open, allowing you to choose a text wrapping style. Back at the Picture Format tab, you can customize exactly how the text wraps around the image by selecting Edit Wrap Points on the Wrap Text drop-down menu. The image will now be surrounded with a red border and black resize handles. Click and drag these handles to modify the wrap points. You can also use the Position menu on the Picture Format tab to choose where to place the picture on the page. Word will automatically set text wrapping if you select a position from the menu. Once again, each icon will show you the related setting, and you will see a preview as you hover over. The More Layout Option commands will open the Position tab at the Layout dialog box. You also have finer control over the text wrapping and size of the image and text integration here. To rotate a picture, click and drag the circular handle at the top of the image, or choose a rotation option from the menu on the ribbon. When you are moving an object or image in Word, bright green guides will appear when the object is in line with other objects or elements. This is known as an alignment guide, and it can be enabled as a feature by selecting Align and Use Alignment Guides. Captions allow you to add text descriptors to visual elements in your document, such as pictures or charts. Simply select the image to which you would like to apply the caption. Then go to the Reference tab and click Insert Caption, which is in the middle of the ribbon here. The Caption dialog box will open. Here you can choose which label you would like to use. By default, Word labels each caption as figure and will place the caption beneath the selected item. Click on New Label to customize a caption, and select from the Position drop-down to choose where the caption appears relative to the image. You have a choice of either above or below. You can then reformat captions just like regular text. Grace is checking out how a screenshot of balloons would look in her invite. Next up, you'll look at how to add a screenshot like this to your own Word document. Screenshots are useful for capturing snapshots of programs or windows that you have open on your computer. You can quickly and easily add a screenshot to your Word document to enhance readability or capture information. Grace wonders if a screenshot will suit her anniversary party invite. Let's go through the steps she needs to take to capture this screen. Place your cursor at the location where you would like the screenshot to be inserted. On the Insert tab, select Screenshot, which will reveal a panel of thumbnail images. These available windows are the programs you currently have open on your computer. You can insert the whole program window or use the Screen Clipping tool to select part of a window. Only windows that have been maximized can be captured. Grace already has a Bing browser window open with her chosen balloon image available. When you choose Screen Clipping, your entire window will temporarily become opaque or frosted over. After you select the part of the window that you want, your selection will show through this opaqueness. When the pointer becomes a cross, press and hold the left mouse button and drag to select the part of the screen that you want to capture. The window or portion of the screen you selected is automatically added to your document. You can use the tools on the Picture Tools tab to edit and enhance the screenshot. As you have learned, Microsoft Word provides you with a variety of image adjustment tools with which you can enhance your documents. In your next lesson, you will look at some advanced types of graphics, including text boxes and drawing tools. See you then. A text box is an object that is primarily designed to hold text. However, it can also hold other items such as pictures and shapes. Text boxes are an excellent tool for advanced layout requirements as they enable you to arrange text however you like. In this lesson, you will explore different types of text boxes available in Microsoft Word. You will also learn how to insert a predefined text box, apply text box styles, manually format text boxes, add shadow and 3D effects, change the direction of the text in a text box, and save a custom text box to your Microsoft Word gallery. When you read a newspaper, have you noticed how some lines in the column appear to stand out? Maybe the text is larger or appears in bold type. This is called a pull quote, and it's designed to capture the reader's attention. Pull quotes are a type of text box, which break up text in a document and draw the reader's eye to a key point. Sidebars are another type of text box. They are designed to sit in the margins of a document and provide additional information to the reader on a particular element of the document's content. Let's go through the steps you need to take to insert different types of text boxes into your Word document. On the Insert tab, select the Text Box drop-down to reveal a range of different text box and quote options. Let's choose the Austin pull quote, which appears in the document at the cursor location. There's already a piece of text on the clipboard that can be added, so let's paste that in. You can then move the text box anywhere you like relative to the surrounding text. You may have noticed that the Shape Format tab appears when a text box is created. You'll learn more about how to use the tab to format text boxes soon. Let's go back to the Insert tab and add another type of text box. A sidebar is very useful for emphasizing important points from your text, and you can also move this type of text box to your preferred position in the document. Let's add one more. Perhaps a simple text box this time. Simply click into the text box to remove the default text and you can add your own. As you are aware by now, selecting a screenshot or image in your document will provide a tab called Picture Format. However, text boxes are shapes, and so a tab called Shape Format will appear instead. This tab allows you to insert, edit, and style a shape, customize the text using word art styles, align shapes, and enter specific dimensions for your shape. Next time, you will discover more about how to format and style text boxes using the Shape Format tab. Now that you're familiar with how to create a text box, let's progress to learning about how to customize it. The Shape Format tab will appear once you click anywhere inside the area of your text box, sidebar, or pull quote. Here, you have the opportunity to add all kinds of visually engaging styles and formats to your text box. To apply a style to a text box, move your cursor over the Shape Styles gallery. You will see a preview of various styles as you move your mouse over each thumbnail. Within the Style group, you can also change the color of the text box background with the Shape Fill option, change the shape outline, change the weight of the outline, and so on. If you would like to apply effects, you have the same options with shapes that you have with images. To include shadow, reflection, flow, and beveled effects. Let's apply a beveled effect first. Now let's access the drop-down menu again and apply a 3D rotation to the text box. This choice of a front perspective 3D rotation adds a nicely subtle effect to the box. You have a wide variety of word art options also, which include applying particular style to the text and changing the text color. Along with changing the text style using your Shape Format tab, you can also change the direction of your text. Simply select your text within the text box, navigate to the Text Direction drop-down on the Shape Format ribbon, and change the direction by 90 degrees or more, or change back to the horizontal direction. Click on Text Directions Options for additional orientations. If you create a text box or pull quote that you would like to use again, you can save it in your gallery. This means that you will have quick and easy access to your already formatted text boxes in other Word documents. Navigate to the Insert tab, select Text Box drop-down menu, and choose Save Selection to Text Box Gallery. A dialog box will appear. You simply enter the name you've chosen for the particular text box. Note that this is called a building block. Simply click OK, and this will be added to your gallery. Let's try adding this saved version to a different area of the document. To access your saved versions, scroll down past the built-in default text box options, and you will see the version you want in the General section. And there you go. Your saved text box is ready to go into your document. In the next lesson, you will discover how to add and format various shapes to your Word documents. See you then! You can add shapes such as boxes, circles, and arrows to your documents to bring attention to a particular item. Shapes can also be a useful tool to help readers better understand the content of your document. There is so much to choose from when adding shapes to your Word documents. Arrows, stars, banners, circles, even a fun call-out shape like this thinking cloud beside the photo here. In this lesson, you will discover different types of shapes and learn how to draw, resize, and style a shape, insert a drawing canvas, set text wrapping and position options, configure wrap points, add text, and add captions to shapes. A shape is a geometric object. It can be a standard shape, such as a square or a circle, or it can be something more complex. For example, a shape you might add to a flowchart. To add a shape to a document, first go to the Insert tab on your Microsoft Word ribbon. On the Insert tab, select the Shapes drop-down, which will reveal a wide variety of different shapes that you can add to your Word document. Your most recently used shapes will appear first in the drop-down. These are followed by lines, rectangles, basic shapes such as triangles, circles, and even hearts. And next you will have block arrows and equation shapes. There are a range of shapes useful for flowchart creation here also, along with some fun stars and banner shapes, and finally a series of callouts. Let's choose a triangle from the menu. A cross-type marker appears on selection. This marker gives you two options. Your first option is to click your mouse once, and this marker will create the shape by default at this exact location. A single click will also create a shape of default size. Let's undo that action so that you can see your second option, which is to use the marker to draw the chosen shape. Simply drag the marker and the shape will appear. If you use this option, you can make the triangle any size you like. With either action, when you release your cursor, the shape will be selected and the Shape Format tab will be accessible. You can then choose a layout for your shape and integrate it with the text if you like. You will see more on layout options for your shapes in an upcoming lesson. Shapes can add visual appeal and serve as visual guidance for the reader. For example, seeing a red arrow pointing at some text would certainly be helpful if you wish to ensure the reader's attention was drawn to it. Let's run through how you might style different shapes within your document. You can change the style with a variety of themes available on the Shape Format tab, and change the shape fill, change the outline, and add a special effect. Alternatively, you can go to the Shape Fill, Outline, and Effects drop-downs on your ribbon to try out a wider variety of formats. Let's change this triangle to a blue fill color. And now switch the shape selection to this oval, so that a different outline color can be applied. Why not try a special effect? All the effect options available for formatting text and pictures are available for shapes also. You could add a beveled appearance to this triangle, for example, or try out some 3D rotation effects. Perhaps you wish to change the size of the shape. In this case, you can either navigate to the right side of the Shape Format tab and change the size here. Alternatively, you can click and drag the markers around the shape itself. Have you noticed that this box of shapes can move around as one unit? It's called a drawing canvas. This is like a container for shapes in the Word document. You can add multiple shapes to these canvases, and they can be useful for organizing different shapes within a document. To create a drawing canvas, simply select the Shape drop-down menu on your Insert tab. Then scroll to the bottom of the menu and choose New Drawing Canvas. Simply add whichever shapes you like to this newly inserted canvas and restyle the shapes using your different fill, outline, and effect options. Next time, you will discover more on how to position and wrap text within a shape and how to add captions. When modifying a shape or inserting text or a caption, you will see that the steps you follow are very similar to the steps used to format text boxes. The way that a shape interacts with the text around it is controlled by text wrapping styles. The easiest way to control how the shape sits in relation to the text around it is to click the Layout Options button and choose a style. Each options icon shows a small preview of what the shape and text will look like. The icon for the current text wrapping method will be highlighted, and new options will be previewed as you move your mouse over them. The More Layout Options command opens the Layout dialog box where you can access advanced text wrapping and position options. You can click and drag the markers around the shape to change its size, or you can select particular dimensions using the size group on the upper right hand of the Shape Format tab. The wrap points on our shape control how close to the edge of the shape the surrounding text will appear. If you want to adjust the wrap points, you can open the right-click menu and select Edit Wrap Point. This choice is also visible on the ribbon if you navigate to the Wrap Text dropdown and choose Edit Wrap Points. The shape will now be surrounded with a red border and black resized handles. Click and drag these handles to modify the associated points. The text around the shape will move as you release your cursor at a certain point. To add text to a shape, right-click the shape and click Add Text or Edit Text. A cursor will appear inside the shape. Type your text, then style and position it in your preferred format. You can use the mini toolbar that appears beside your text, or navigate to the Home tab and change the size and style using the ribbon here. Back on the Shape Format tab, you can select text direction options for different orientations and angles. If you were creating a series of figures or graphs in a document, you might decide to add a caption to your shape for ease of reference. You can access this Insert Caption option by navigating to the Reference tab. As with adding a caption to a text box, you simply enter whichever label best suits your shape and click OK. The caption will then appear beneath your shape. Another way of accessing this function is simply to right-click on your shape and select Insert Caption. In the next lesson, you will be advancing to WordArt and SmartArt tools and illustrations. It's going to be a fun one. See you there. While diagrams, cycles, and charts might be considered complex as illustrations, one of the best things about Microsoft Word is that it makes the complex very simple. Let's explore our many and varied options to make text and content stand out using WordArt and SmartArt. In this lesson, you will explore different types of WordArt and SmartArt and learn how to insert WordArt and SmartArt into a document, format text with drop caps, add text and images to a SmartArt diagram, and use various types of SmartArt graphics that are available in Microsoft Word. Remember the fairy tale document from an earlier lesson? This time, we're going to use a more traditional style of font as the title. This shimmering, reflective style of WordArt might work well as a title, along with a dropped cap in an old-style font. Achieving these effects are very straightforward. On the Insert tab of your ribbon, navigate to the WordArt drop-down menu towards the right-hand side. You can choose from a wide range of WordArt colors and styles here. On selection, the WordArt element appears in a text box and the Shape Format tab appears. Let's type something here to replace the placeholder text. You can work with this object just like text boxes and shapes using the handles on the WordArt box and the commands on the Shape Format tab. If the text is highlighted, the mini toolbar will appear, and you can change the font type, color, and style here. This Old English font makes the text more reflective of its fairy tale theme. Notice that if you click out of the text box, the Shape Format tab will disappear. On clicking back in, the tab reappears and you can change the WordArt style. Perhaps a different shade of blue would look good here. There are so many ways to bring your text to life with these effects. Let's add a shadow to the title first. And now, a reflection effect. There is a playful feature on the drop-down menu called Transform, which allows you to apply a range of effects such as curved, arched, triangular, and inflated text. Let's increase the size of the text here using the mini toolbar. Now, the text is a better size, but the text box is spilling over onto the paragraph text. The text box size can be reduced using the markers on the edge. The green alignment guide appears, which indicates that the text box is now centered. A drop cap is a capital letter at the beginning of a paragraph that is larger than the other letters and is often dropped down into the paragraph. Drop caps can be a good way to draw the reader's eye to portions of your document, or just to make it more visually appealing. To apply a drop cap, place your cursor in the paragraph where you want the drop cap to appear. On the Insert tab, select the Drop Cap option and choose a style. You can select either Dropped, which places it in the paragraph, or In Margin, which places it beside the text. You can also choose Drop Cap options to specify advanced settings. You can control the size of the drop cap using the dialog box. You can also change the font type and the distance of the letter from the text around it. The default number of lines that the drop cap appears beside is 3, but you can change to a higher or lower number of lines if you wish. Let's change the font of the dropped cap to tie in with the fairy tale theme. Now we click OK and see the effect applied. Looks good to me. Word art is excellent for drawing the reader's attention to your content or adding an artistic flair to your text. Next up, you'll explore more complex illustrations as you progress to using Smart Art, which is a fantastic feature for organizing different types of content in your Microsoft Word documents. Grace at Wescal has been tasked with creating an organizational chart for Acme widgets. Wow, such a confusing list. Who reports to whom? How can Grace convey this list of names in a way that makes sense to readers? The answer is Smart Art, which is Microsoft's intelligent way of adding diagrams to your Office documents. Smart Art is adaptive. Word works with you to create and adjust any graphic of your choice. These pre-designed templates can include picture placeholders, shapes, and text boxes, providing you with a framework to enter many types of information. Like other objects, Smart Art designs coordinate with your current theme. There are also many different design, color, and layout options available so that you can choose the right style for each document. To add Smart Art to a document, click to place your cursor where you want the diagram to appear. Click Insert, then Smart Art. The Choose a Smart Art Graphic dialog box will open. You have a wide variety of graphics to choose from here. A list presents blocks of information. A process outlines different steps of workflows. A cycle can show a continuous sequence of steps. Hierarchy Smart Art is very useful for creating diagrams such as organizational charts. A relationship graphic shows how different elements are connected to each other. The matrix will illustrate how different parts relate to the whole. A pyramid presents proportional relationships. The food pyramid would be an example of this. A picture Smart Art graphic lists all diagram types that include image placeholders. And you can also choose from Office.com graphics. Let's return to Grace's document to see which type of Smart Art she used for the organization's employee list. Grace selects the hierarchy option and now has the choice of various different types of organizational charts. She's going with the option called Names and Title Organizational Chart for now. On selection, the Smart Art Diagram tab will appear. To add text to the diagram, click where it says Text and type. In this case, Grace will enter the name of the CEO at the top of the hierarchy. She checks who is next in line, and that appears to be the VP of Sales, whose name is Temple. So Grace will input this name next. Microsoft Word will adjust the size of the text in the diagram as you add more text to these shapes. Note that different diagrams support different numbers of shapes and subshapes. Word will let you know if you exceed the supported amount. You can change the color of your shape on the Smart Art Design tab. Grace is going to choose a more colorful layout here. You can also change elements of individual shapes within the larger shape. For example, if you navigate to the Format tab and select an individual shape in a chart, you can then apply a particular style to that shape. Your options for different effects are the same as those for other types of shapes and images. Grace is trying out a couple of 3D angles here. Adding visuals such as photos, icons, or pictures can elevate your Smart Art and help with the reader's understanding of the content. If you would like to add photos, images, or icons to your Smart Art, you can simply choose one of the picture chart options on the Smart Art Design tab. To change an existing image, right-click and select Change Graphic from the drop-down menu. The CEO is at the top of the hierarchy, so maybe a chair icon would look good here. There's no image yet in the place for the VP of Sales, whose name is Wyatt. To add a picture here, simply click on the shape. You can now insert pictures from a file saved on your computer, or you can choose from icons from stock or online images. Since Wyatt is VP of Sales, let's search for a chart-style image. If you would like to add more people to your chart, simply go to the Add Shape menu on the left-hand side of the Smart Art Design tab. As you know, you can type the text directly into the shape, but this text pane feature gives you the option of typing your text here instead. Sometimes you might find it quicker to use the text pane instead of typing into the shape itself. Selecting Promote or demote changes the placement of a particular shape within the hierarchy. Similarly, the right to left and move up or move down options swap the placement of the shapes around. The Layouts group can change the layout of the selected graphic. Back on the Format tab, you have a range of styling options. You can change the background color of the shape, format your text as word art, control the size of your shape, and add alt text. If you wish to reset your graphic to its original format, simply go to the Smart Art Design tab and select this reset option at the right-hand side of the ribbon. Let's take a look at how Grace's organizational chart is coming along. This format is known as a labeled hierarchy, and this one is called a horizontal labeled hierarchy. You can also add some interesting 3D dimensional effects. This format is known as a 3D brick scene. In this lesson, you explored some of the different types of illustrations that you can add to Microsoft Word documents. We covered text boxes, shapes, word art, drop caps, and smart art. You should now feel comfortable adding these types of graphics to any document. In fact, you might quite enjoy it. Hello and welcome. Want to know how to apply the final touches to make your document look great? In this module, you'll explore what's required to apply the finishing touches to your Microsoft Word documents. You'll learn how to apply accessibility features, adjust the page layout, and use the various referencing and save options that are available. Having a clear and easy-to-read Word document will make your readers more likely to engage in your content. Whatever document or paper you're finalizing, this module has something for you. In this module, you'll explore how to use the accessibility features, set save options, control text flow, control page appearance, add captions and references to a document, add hyperlinks, footnotes, and endnotes, and add citations, bibliographies, and tables of contents. So let's get started. In previous modules, you were introduced to Grace from Westcow Publishing. Grace has been tasked with finalizing a document based on the solar system for a local school. She's completing this in Microsoft Word and needs to make sure that the document has been made fully accessible. Imagine if you were visually impaired and applying for a college course, but your screen reader cannot read the application form. You can appreciate how frustrating that would be. This type of inaccessibility interferes with your ability to obtain and use information quickly and easily. Accessibility is a key focus area, and many countries have introduced regulations that provide the relevant guidelines. If document design is approached in the right way, you can make it easy for everyone, regardless of how they access the document. By the end of this lesson, you'll be able to check the accessibility of your document and use the accessibility features within Word. Let's start by exploring several areas that you should consider when making your document accessible. You can improve the accessibility of your document by applying alternative text to a graphic element. This allows for a description to be read out loud, using the table accessibility option, which helps users interpret table data. Applying a consistent style of headings to help readers understand the structure of your document. Trying to avoid watermarks, as this may not be accessible to people with a visual impairment. Keeping empty space to a minimum, and remaining consistent in your approach. Let's follow Grace as she takes a closer look at how to check the accessibility of a Word document. Microsoft Word has brilliant features that support accessibility and ensure any document can be accessible to everyone. The first step Grace takes is to navigate to the Review tab. Then select the Check Accessibility button. You'll find the Accessibility Checker task pane open on the right-hand side. Here the contents are divided into sections showing errors or warnings. The Errors section flags issues such as graphic items without alternate text or tables that don't have header rows. People with disabilities have difficulty with both of those. The Warnings section lists issues such as hard-to-read color combinations. You can click on an entry in this list to see suggested ways to fix the problem. Clicking also takes you directly to the item. Let's fix an error now by using the image of the solar system on the first page. You can add alternative text to this by right-clicking the picture, then click the Edit Alt Text command at the bottom. Now, simply enter a description in the box. Below is a tick box that allows you to mark the object as decorative so that the screen reader ignores it. When you are done, just click X, and that's it. You'll notice that the error has now disappeared from the list. You have now learned how to check the accessibility within Word. Now, let's explore the built-in tools Microsoft Word provides for people with reading challenges. Word offers brilliant features that support your readers who have reading challenges. You locate them by navigating to the Review tab along the top ribbon and select Read Aloud from the left-hand side. As you can see, the reading begins and the words start highlighting. You also find the video controls in the top right corner of the document. If you're visually impaired, you have the Immersive View option, which also features Read Aloud. To switch to this, select the View tab and then Immersive Reader. Options within the Immersive View let you adjust its appearance, like column width, page coloring, line focus or text spacing, and turning Read Aloud on or off. Finally, to return to the previous view, simply click Close Immersive Reader. Well done! You've now explored accessibility in Word documents and learned how to make your documents more accessible for everyone. Microsoft Word saves files using a default file format. But what happens if your coworker has an older version of Word that uses an incompatible file format? In this lesson, you'll explore file formats and compatibility, autosave and auto-recover, and additional file types. Imagine trying to open a Word document and you cannot access the information. It's probably because it's been saved in a file format that Word doesn't support on your device. Microsoft Word gives you the option to save your document in a variety of formats. This feature allows you to view your document on multiple devices. Let's say you want to send your document as a read-only document to a friend or colleague to view on a device that does not support Word. You can save your document as a PDF. Making your document a read-only file means that the document can be read or copied but not edited. You previously met Grace from WestCal. She is working on a solar system document that is due to be distributed among school teachers and WestCal management. She's going to explore features of Word that ensure compatibility on any device. Let's follow Grace as she explores compatibility and available file formats within Word. Microsoft Word has features that allow you to save a Word document using a selected file format in the Save As dialog box. To view this list, Grace needs to access the Backstage view. She opens her Word document and clicks on the File tab at the top left of the ribbon. Then, clicks the Save As option from the File tab's menu. Here, you'll find the Save options on the right-hand side. In the upper right is a drop-down list of various file formats. These are formats you can save your document as. The list includes PDF, which can be used to make your document read-only. You also have the ability to save it as an older version of Microsoft Word. You should note that if you save in a previous version of Word, some formatting choices might be lost. You'll notice at the top it states Compatibility Mode. That's because this document was already saved in an earlier version of Word. Compatibility Mode disables new Word features so that the document can be edited using the earlier version of Word. Compatibility Mode also preserves the layout of the document. Grace needs to convert it to the newest version, but first needs to use the compatibility checker to see if any elements in the Word document are not supported. To do this, navigate to the File tab menu on the left-hand side, go to Check for Issues and click on the down arrow. Finally, select Check Compatibility at the bottom of the drop-down menu. Any issues are listed under Summary in the Compatibility Checker dialog box. Don't worry, Word lets you know if any issues arise. Just make a note of them and click OK. Then just decide what changes you need to make. Let's now convert it to the latest version of Microsoft Word. Click the File tab, select the Info command from the File tab's menu, click Convert, then click OK in the dialog box that just opened. That's it. The file is now converted to the latest and greatest version of Microsoft Word. You may have experienced that moment of panic where you forgot to save your document. Let's take a look at how autosave and auto-recover features can help you find a solution. Grace is completing her document compatibility checks when suddenly the power goes off at WestCal. Fortunately for Grace, Microsoft Word has brilliant features that will help in this scenario. If you save your files to your PC, the auto-recover feature makes regular backup files to your machine as you work. If your PC crashed while you were working on the document, Word would be able to access those backup files for you. Whether you are working with the online or desktop version of Word, your documents can be saved online in the cloud. When you save your file in the cloud, you can switch an autosave, which means any changes are automatically saved as you work. Let's join Grace as she explores how to enable these features in Word. The first step Grace will take is to navigate to File in the top ribbon and then Options down at the bottom. This opens the Word Options dialog box. Choose the Save category from the list on the left-hand side and enable Autosave and Auto Recover at the top. Great! The document will now back up. Simply click OK to confirm. If Auto Recover was already enabled, then Word has been making backups already. If Word crashes, the next time you open Word, you'll see a task pane open on the left-hand side with a list of files you had open when it crashed, which you right-click on to open. Also, there may be times when you'll want to recover an unsaved document. You do this by simply clicking the file in your ribbon, then Open, and the Recover Unsaved Documents option at the bottom. Click any document to open it and work with it as normal, or cancel if you don't need that right now. Now you know that enabling the additional save features in Word can help you to avoid losing your work when the unexpected happens. What if Grace is required to use the material contained within a non-editable document like a PDF? This file format is non-native to Word. However, Grace can use a brilliant Word feature that allows you to open and convert this into a regular Word document. Let's explore this now within Word. Firstly, Grace navigates to File along the top ribbon, then Open on the left-hand side, and Browse at the bottom. You should note that while in this example we are using a PDF document, this method works for any non-native file format. Here you find a list of files displayed in the box. Select All Files from the drop-down list in the bottom right. Then choose the file you wish to open. When you click Open, a dialog box regarding conversion will appear. You simply click OK to proceed. The file opens in Word and you can work with it as normal. You save your updated file or any Word document as a PDF by navigating to File, Save As, and choose PDF from the drop-down list. Then simply click Save to complete the process. There may be times where Grace has a large amount of text in a different document that she wants to place in the current document she's working on. Grace could do this through another great Word feature called Append Text to a Document. Let's discover how to do this in Word. Grace places her cursor where she wants the appended text to appear and navigates to Insert along the top ribbon. Then click Object from the text group and select Text from File in the drop-down. The Insert File box opens. Simply navigate to the document and click Insert at the bottom. The text is added to the document and can be edited as normal. Grace wants to have the document update automatically, so it matches the content from the linked document. To do this, place the cursor where the text is to appear, and now move to the text group. Click on Object drop-down, and instead of Text from File, select Object. This opens a new box. Navigate to Create from File tab, browse on the right-hand side. Then select your file from the open box and click Insert. And simply check the Link to File box on the right and click OK. The object is now added to the document, and every time this document is opened, the link file is checked for updates. It's important to note that this will only work if the linked file is accessible. If the file is moved or deleted, the update will no longer occur. Well done! You've now explored additional file types and the save options. Now you're ready to test your knowledge and apply what you've learned. So far in this module, you've been focusing on some of the great features and tools within Word. But visuals are equally important, and one of the great things about Microsoft Word is they are so simple to use. Let's explore the varied features that Word offers to make text and content stand out. Grace from Westcal is looking at the overall appearance of a document she's working on. This is vital to the readability and appearance of the document to ensure it matches Westcal's usual standards. In this lesson, you'll explore how to apply a page border and color, add a watermark, add headers and footers, and control page layout. Let's begin with borders and colors. The term border refers to the line that is placed around a page, paragraph, or word. A border or page color is a great design element that Microsoft Word offers that's used to improve the visual appearance of your document. Grace wants to apply this to her document, so let's explore how this is done in Word. The first step Grace takes is to navigate to the Design tab. Now, in the Page Background group, click Page Border on the right. In the box that opens, you can choose a quick setting from the list on the left-hand side. Clicking OK will immediately apply it to your document. Or, to customize it further, choose a style, color, width, or art from the center. Then use the buttons on the right-hand side to decide what area of the border you would like to enable. For example, if you just want a bottom border, you can click the bottom button. The drop-down menu below lets you choose to apply to the whole document or just the page you're on. And once you have made your choices, click OK to apply or cancel. To change the page color for all pages within your document, click the Design tab along the top, then Page Color. Now choose a color from the drop-down menu. As you hover over each color, a preview will appear on the page. Once you select the color, your change will apply to the entire document. Grace wants this color to apply when printing a document, so she's going to navigate to the Word Options dialog box by clicking File along the top, then Options at the bottom. Now select the Display category in the opened Options box, and navigate to the Printing options at the bottom. Just check the Print Background Colors and Images checkbox and click OK. That's it. Now when the document is printed, this color will be applied. In addition to page borders and colors, watermarks can be added to your document. They help make important information about your document more visible. Watermarks can be text or a picture and can appear as an item in the background throughout every page in your document. Let's join Grace as she explores this in Word. The first step Grace will take is to navigate to Design tab. Then click Watermark on the right-hand side. A drop-down menu opens showing the quick options available to select. To apply, simply click the watermark that you want. As you'll notice, the watermark is applied to every page in the document. For additional watermark options, navigate back to Design tab, then Watermark on the right-hand side. At the bottom, you will find Remove Watermark, which deletes the one you currently have applied. Grace wants to apply a picture as her watermark, so she'll navigate back to Watermark along the top. Then select Custom Watermark from the drop-down. A further options box opens. Select Picture Watermark at the top. Then click the Select Picture button and browse to the picture that you want. Once selected, click Insert at the bottom and then you'll return to the Options box. If the picture you've applied is dark, it may need to be lightened. Therefore, check the Washed Out box on the right-hand side. Once you are done, simply click OK to apply or cancel to go back. That's it. You have now looked at the great features Microsoft Word offers for applying borders, page colors, and watermarks. Another way in which you customize your page appearance is by using headers and footers. They're used to place information that is set apart from the body of your document and repeat on every page. Headers are located at the top of your page, while footers are located at the bottom. An example would be page numbers. To give your document a more polished look, apply these to the header or footer and have them repeat on every page. To keep Westcal standards, Grace is required to apply a page number as a footer in all her work. Let's follow Grace through these steps. Grace starts by clicking the Insert tab, then Page Number on the right-hand side. In the drop-down menu, she can select a location. Grace wants hers at the bottom of the page, so clicks Bottom of Page, then selects a page number position from the sub-menu. It's immediately applied, and as you can see, it's applied to every page of her document. Within the same area, you can also add a full header. To do this, click Header on the far left-hand side, and select the type of header you want to add from the drop-down list. Again, it's immediately applied. Just type in the header that you want. When you're finished, simply click Close Header on the left to return to your document. The exact same process applies to adding a footer. As with page numbers, headers and footers are applied to every page. Great! See how simple Microsoft Word makes their features? What would you do if you were working on a document and needed additional space, or needed it to be in landscape instead of portrait mode? Another way you customize page appearance is in the page layout. Word lets you adjust the page margins. This refers to the white space around the edge of your document. Grace is working on a document and noticed a large amount of space in one section. She is going to reduce the margin size to give the content more room. First, she navigates to the Layout tab, then clicks Margins on the far left. In the drop-down list that appears, you'll notice that it is set to wide margins. Grace wants to reduce the margin size, so she clicks Normal Margins. This immediately changes your entire document. Do you notice the difference? Grace can also change the orientation. This refers to how the text is positioned on the page. With Portrait, text is printed down the long side of the page. With Landscape, text is printed along the short side. To adjust it, click the Layout tab, then Orientation from the left-hand side. Then simply choose Portrait or Landscape from the drop-down menu. Let's leave this one on Portrait mode. As you can see, Microsoft Word makes their layout features easy to use. In her document, Grace wants to apply a page break to a particular section. A page break is a physical end to the text on a page. While Word implements page breaks depending on page size, a manual page break can also be inserted. There are two ways to do this. The first is by simply pressing Ctrl and Enter. Anything after the cursor is moved to the next page of the document. The second is done by placing your cursor where the page break should be, then click the Layout tab, then Breaks, and Page Break at the top of the drop-down menu. If you need to remove a page break, position your cursor at the start of the first word at the top of the page and click Backspace on your keyboard. Well done! You've now explored the features within Word that allow you to control the page appearance. Now you're ready to test your knowledge and apply what you've learned. When you are working within Word, layout is vital to the readability of your document. If you think about how a newsletter is structured, you have columns, pictures, and text boxes aligned or structured beside each other. They are designed to improve the readability and understanding of the content for the audience. Word has several features to support this function. This might be to insert columns, link text boxes, or working with paragraph spacing. These features can also be customized to suit your needs. By the end of the lesson, you'll explore how to control paragraph flow, insert section breaks, insert columns, and link text boxes. With any client publications, Westcal always works on the structural layout of a document. This could involve paragraph layout, spacing, or even picture positioning. Given their publishing experience, they know and understand the requirements of their customers. Grace is working on a document for a local school. Before she moves her work to a management review, it's vital that she checks the document's flow and layout. As mentioned, Microsoft Word has some great tools that help Grace with this. Microsoft Word has features that allow you to control a paragraph visually and fine-tune how the text flows from one paragraph to the next. Let's discover how to control text flow through the paragraph options. These options can be found within the Paragraph group of the Home tab. Word has several tools that have default settings in place that work in many scenarios, such as text alignment, borders, indentation, and spacing. Word also features additional tools within the Paragraph dialog box, all of which can be adjusted to suit your needs. At Westcal, Grace needs to put her document through a final check. As part of this task, she'll explore the Paragraph options. This checking process ensures the content matches Westcal's standards. She starts by selecting a paragraph to focus on. To do this, click and drag your mouse across the selected paragraph. You're already familiar with the Paragraph section on the Home ribbon. Grace is going to focus on the additional options, so clicks the Paragraph Options button on the bottom right of this area to open the Paragraph dialog box. You previously explored the Indent and Spacing tab that lets you customize paragraph indents and line spacing. Let's look at the second tab, Line and Page Breaks, that has options to control page layout. They include Widow and Orphan Control, which prevents a single line of a paragraph from being left alone at the top or bottom of a page. Keep with Next keeps the selected paragraph on the same page as the next paragraph. Keep Lines Together keeps the selection of text together and prevents it from being broken across pages. And Page Break Before ensures that the selected text always appears on a new page. Once you have set your options, click OK to apply them. If you create long, complicated documents, you'll find that section breaks can be useful. They let you divide your document into independent sections, allowing you to apply different headers, footers, page formatting, and so forth. For example, let's imagine you have a document where you need to accommodate a wide chart. Section breaks work perfectly in this scenario as they allow you to adjust the page orientation to landscape just for that section. To locate this option, you navigate to the Layout tab and then Breaks, which opens the drop-down menu. Here you find two sections, one for page breaks and another for section breaks. As you saw in the last lesson, a page break ends the page where you place your cursor by immediately moving text from the rest of the page to the next page. Section breaks are different. They divide your document up into sections. These sections then work independently to the rest of the document. Back at WestCal, Grace is continuing to put her document through the final checks. As part of this task, she'll now ensure the sectioning is done correctly and follows WestCal's procedures. Let's explore how this is done. As you discovered earlier, you may want different items on different pages, so dividing your document into independent sections allows you to do this. The page on the screen has a diagram that is wider than the page and would be inaccessible to readers. Grace needs to adjust this page to be a different section to the rest of her document. She starts off by clicking at the start of the page where the diagram appears, then navigates to the Layout tab, and then breaks to open the drop-down menu. Grace has 4 types of section breaks to choose from. Let's go through the options. Next Page moves the text after the cursor to a new page. Unlike a page break, you will be able to have different settings after the section break. Continuous inserts a section break which starts a new section on the same page. Even Page starts a new section at the next even-numbered page, depending which one you select. An Odd Page, these section breaks also start a new section, but at the next odd-numbered page. As you can see, Word has various options to suit your needs. Grace selects Next Page from the drop-down menu because she wants to insert a section break and start with a new section on the next page. Once selected, navigate to Layout tab, then Orientation on the left, and select Landscape. Great! You'll notice that this page is now in landscape and the diagram is fully visible. However, the remaining pages in the document are in portrait. There's a lot that section breaks can be used for, like having different types of headers and footers on different pages, having different margins on different pages, or even different page borders and page numbering. Remember, a section break is a hidden character. You make it visible by using the Show Hide button on the home screen. Earlier, you looked at accessibility. One of the other benefits of adding section breaks is that it will help your readers navigate through the document more easily, particularly if they're using accessibility tools such as a screen reader. Columns are another way to control the text flow of your document. They're particularly useful for documents such as newsletters, flyers, or promotional literature. They offer you an alternative way of laying out your information. There are several features and customizations within Microsoft Word relating to columns. Word can set up columns automatically for you, or you can customize their appearance. While checking on her document, Grace noticed one section that'll work better as 2 columns. Following WestCal's guidelines, she'll adjust this within Word. Let's look at how she'll achieve this. The first step Grace takes is to select the text that she wants to format. This could be a paragraph or a numbered list. Now navigate to the Layout tab and click the Columns button in the Page Setup group. This opens a drop-down menu of column styles. Select an option to apply the column style to your page. Clicking on the options in the drop-down, and the paragraph immediately changes. By selecting columns again and clicking more columns at the bottom, there's additional options such as the specific number of columns, the width and spacing. Also, the checkbox on the right inserts a line between columns, which is useful for booklets and brochures. And at the bottom, in the Apply To drop-down, you can select whether to apply these settings to the selected text, selected sections, or the whole document. Once you click OK, it's formatted automatically in line with the choices you've made. Now let's explore linking text boxes. When you're working with columns in Word, you can end up spending a lot of time making sure that the text flows evenly from one column to the other. You can avoid much of this formatting by replacing columns with another great Microsoft Word feature called linked text boxes. The real advantage of using text boxes is that the text box automatically adjusts. So even if you make changes to the size and position, or if you add or delete text, Word will automatically adjust the box. Grace has now inserted a section break and added columns to her document. She has a paragraph that she wants to convert to linked text boxes. This allows any content changes to adjust automatically in the future. Let's discover how to complete this in Word. On screen, there's an image with a text box beneath. Notice that the text box isn't large enough to contain the amount of text. Rather than extend the text box, Grace could create another text box to the right. Firstly, she navigates to the Insert tab, then Text Box on the right-hand side. Grace selects Draw Text Box from the drop-down menu and places it in her document beside the other text box by clicking and dragging to set the size. Now click the first text box you wish to link. To do this, you need to click the edge of the text box to select the shape. Select Shape Format from the top, then click Create Link, and then click the second empty text box you just created. Great! The boxes are now linked. You'll notice how text flows from one box to the next, and you can still adjust the size. This simple feature that Microsoft Word offers has solved Grace's issue. If you need to break the link, you simply select the first linked box, then navigate to Shape Format, and click the Break Link command in the center of the ribbon. Did you notice how all the text has now moved back to the original text box? Earlier, you learned how to control the text flow using the Append Text feature. In this scenario, Grace can use this feature to add text directly into the text box she created. Well done! You've learned to control the paragraph flow, insert columns, and link text boxes. Now you're ready to test your knowledge and apply what you've learned. Have you ever worked on a document with several images that you tried to keep track of manually? If so, you know that it can be time-consuming, particularly if you want to list the images for readers to refer to. It can be easy to lose track. Microsoft Word has great features that do this work for you. In previous lessons, you met Grace from WestCal. She is finalizing a document she's working on. Following WestCal standards, she's now going to focus on referencing images and graphics within the Solar System document. This is vital to supporting the reader in navigating the document more easily. So in this lesson, let's explore adding captions, inserting cross-references, and adding bookmarks. Captions allow you to add text descriptions to visual elements in a document, such as pictures. They're also used as reference points for cross-reference links and as entries for a table of figures. The reader can then consult the table of figures like an index to locate the items. Microsoft Word has a great feature that allows you to caption graphics or images in your document. They allow you to label these graphics so your reader can quickly identify what they mean and refer to them later. They can be applied to several types of graphics, including diagrams, maps, and flowcharts. They can be particularly useful when you are working on a document with numerous images. While working on a document, Grace has located an image that has not been captioned. In order to maintain WestCal standards, she'll now add this within Word. Let's discover how she does this. The first step Grace takes is to click the image where the caption is required. Then, click References in the middle of the top tab, and then Insert Caption on the right-hand side. After you click Caption, a box appears. The word figure and a number will already be populated. Word keeps track of captions, so the numbers automatically update as you insert new ones. It's good practice to enter your title after the number, in this case, Babylonians. In the following options, you choose what type of label should be applied to your caption text and the position of the label. Checking the Exclude Label from Caption box hides the label part of your caption. Once you're happy with your caption, click OK, and it's added. Grace now needs to add a table of captioned figures to her document. This allows the reader to navigate through each caption quickly. You're able to place the table anywhere in the document. Grace is going to place hers at the bottom, so moves to the end of the document and clicks to place her cursor there. Then, staying within the References tab, selects Insert Table of Figures. This launches the Table of Figures dialog box that shows you a preview of how the table looks, options for showing page numbers, alignment, and adding links, and you can adjust the font type and label. Once you're happy with your settings, click OK and the table will be inserted into your document. You can navigate to any caption in the document by pressing Control and clicking on the table headings. Great! You have successfully added captions for each figure in your document and created a table of figures to enable you to easily view and locate all of the figures included. A cross-reference allows you to link to other parts of the same document. For example, Grace might use a cross-reference to link to a chart or graphic that appears elsewhere in her document. They must be linked to specific document elements like headings, bookmarks, and captioned figures. You can also use cross-references to help your reader navigate through a large document by adding links. The reader simply holds the Control key and clicks Reference to navigate directly to the location. Let's discover how Grace applies this in Word. To maintain WESCOUS standards and procedures, Grace needs to add a cross-reference to a particular section. You'll notice on screen that there's a section that talks about the Big Bang Theory. Grace wants to refer her readers to the introduction page regarding the solar system on page 1. To do this, Grace places her cursor at the end of the section and enters some text to prompt the reader. Then, Grace navigates to the Insert tab and clicks the Links button. The Links drop-down menu provides 3 options: Link, Bookmark, and Cross-Reference. Click Cross-Reference to open the dialog box. From the Reference Type drop-down menu, choose the type of object that you want to link. Grace chooses Heading and then can select Solar System from a list of headings in the document. Click Insert to create the cross-reference link. Great! The link is now added. The cross-reference dialog box will remain open. Click Close to return to your document. Now, when you hover over that entry, a box appears that identifies it as a link. You can navigate directly to the associated header in the document by pressing Control and clicking the link. Have you ever read a book and placed notes to mark items you want to come back to? Word has a great feature that's called Bookmark, which works like a bookmark you might place in a book. It marks a place that you want to find again easily. You can enter as many bookmarks as you want in your document. They can be useful for making points in your document to be visited later, improving accessibility by helping navigation, or helping to identify text for macros or other automated operations. Grace is working on a document and has found an area that needs revision. She will finish her current task but wants to return to this item later to complete it. To help identify it later, she's going to bookmark this section within Word. She starts by selecting the location where she wants to insert the bookmark, then navigates to the Insert tab and clicks the Links button. As you have seen previously, you have 3 different choices here: Link, Bookmark, and Cross-Reference. Grace needs to add a bookmark, so clicks Bookmark to open the dialog box. Now type a name for the bookmark. You should note that spaces and certain characters are not allowed. The Add button will only become active when a valid name is entered. Click Add, and that's it. The bookmark has now been added to the document. You navigate to a bookmark by pressing the F5 key on your keyboard, which launches the Find and Replace dialog box. Then, select Bookmark from the list. Choose the bookmark you want from the drop-down menu, and select Go To, and just close the box. Did you notice you navigated directly to the location of the bookmark? By default, bookmarks are not shown and appear as ordinary text. To make them visible, navigate to the Word Options dialog box by clicking the File tab, then Options at the bottom, then click the Advanced category, scroll to the Show Document Content section, check the Show Bookmarks box, and click OK. Now, when Grace returns to her document, the bookmark is indicated by square brackets. If a bookmark is no longer needed, click Insert, then Bookmark from the Links drop-down menu, select the bookmark to be removed, and use the Delete button to remove it. Well done! You've now explored tools available in Word that allow you to add captions and references to refer people back to, and add bookmarks at places in your document to be referred to later. Now you're ready to test your knowledge and apply what you've learned. As we have already seen, there are many referencing features in Microsoft Word that help readers navigate through a document. Hyperlinks, footnotes, and endnotes take this further by providing explanations or links to sources that expand on the information provided. By the end of this lesson, you'll have explored how to add hyperlinks and insert footnotes and endnotes. Information accuracy and support are a mainstay in WESCOUS documents. As such, clients have come to expect high standards. Grace is working on a document that she is finalizing. Before any review takes place, she must apply any links and source information where required. Let's look at some of the great tools Microsoft Word offers that helps Grace complete this. Have you ever read a document and thought to yourself, wow, I'd like to learn more about that subject? One of the great features of Microsoft Word is hyperlinks. They can immediately direct your reader to an external source to learn more about the content and are a mainstay in the computing world, allowing you to navigate your computer, browse the internet, and jump to different locations, all within the same file. You might have read a document previously and seen a hyperlink. You'll always recognize it as a hyperlink within Word as it's a different color and is underlined, so the reader knows that it's a link to an external source. There are certain websites where you don't need to insert the hyperlink yourself. You simply type the web page name and it automatically becomes a hyperlink for you. For all others that don't automate, you need to create one manually. Let's join Grace now as she creates a hyperlink in the document that she is working on. Grace noticed at the end of her document there's a website that refers people to additional information. However, a hyperlink has not been created for it. To create this, Grace highlights the word she wants to hyperlink, then navigates to the Insert tab and selects the Links button. Here you have 3 different choices: link, bookmark, and cross-reference. You'll notice a small arrow below the link button that allows you to immediately link any recent files. However, Grace wants to link directly to a web page, so clicks Link to open the Insert Hyperlink dialog box. The Link To area allows you to select the type of link you want to create, either a web page, a place in your document, or an email address. The contents in the center of the box change depending on the option chosen. Grace wants to link to a website, so clicks Existing File or Web Page. You'll find the website has populated for you in the address bar, as this was the selected text in your document. You can adjust the text that is displayed in the Text to Display area. Grace chooses to show NASA website and clicks OK. Great! The hyperlink is now created. Do you see how the only text displayed is NASA website and it is now a different color? Try hovering your mouse over the link. It tells you the URL address. You navigate directly to the website by clicking the link. You also have the option to set up a screen tip for the link. This is a small reference or information that appears when you hover your mouse over the hyperlink. You can edit a hyperlink after it has been created. Let's try this now. Right-click the hyperlink you just added and click Edit Hyperlink. Now click Screen Tip. Enter the text you want to appear. Press OK, and OK again. Now, when you hover over the hyperlink, the URL no longer appears. The only reference is the screen tip you specified. To remove a hyperlink, select Edit Hyperlink from the right-click menu. You'll find the Remove Link button just above the OK and Cancel buttons. Have you ever had to complete an academic paper and reference your sources? Microsoft Word has a great footnotes feature that allows you to explain, comment on, or provide references in your document. They can provide your reader with the source for a particular quote, or give additional details about items the reader may be unfamiliar with. When you insert a footnote, they appear at the bottom of the page where you make your reference. The only difference between footnotes and endnotes is where they appear. Footnotes appear at the end of the page, endnotes at the end of the document. While working on her document, Grace has noticed that a paragraph of text hasn't been referenced, as is standard procedure within Westcal. Grace needs to apply a footnote so it appears at the end of the page the text is on. Let's follow her to find out how this is done. Grace starts by placing her cursor at the point in the text that is being referenced and navigates to the Reference tab and clicks Insert Footnote. You immediately jump to the bottom of the current page where you find a line that is numbered. You enter the required information, and that's it. The footnote has now been created. Each footnote you create after this is numbered, allowing you to navigate to them as required. With an endnote, you simply click Endnote instead. Let's do this now. Did you see how you were taken to the end of the document rather than the end of the current page? Endnotes also insert a line allowing you to type in the information needed. You navigate through the notes you created by selecting the Reference tab and clicking the drop-down menu beside Next Footnote. Then simply press Next or Previous for both footnotes and endnotes to navigate through them. You delete a note by selecting the footnote reference and press Delete on your keyboard. When you do this, all other footnotes will renumber. Well done! You've now learned how to add hyperlinks, footnotes, and endnotes. Now you're ready to test your knowledge and apply what you've learned. In an earlier lesson, you learned how to add links and endnotes for referencing purposes. But what if you're working on a large academic paper and need to access a list of sources for your information? Or you have a document with numerous headings and subheadings. How will you document and organize the content? Did you notice in previous modules that Microsoft Word has a lot of features? This lesson is no exception. WesCal regularly makes use of these features, and Grace needs them now for a document that she's finalizing. To do this, she'll explore the Table of Contents feature that eases navigation and adds a bibliography to note any sources that were used. However, the first feature she'll explore is citations and sources. Therefore, by the end of the lesson, you'll have learned how to add citations, insert a bibliography, and add a table of contents. To begin, let's explore sources. The term source refers to any resource you use in creating a document. These could include websites, books, journals, reports, and interviews. Adding sources and citations to your document acknowledges the contribution of writers and researchers in your work. Any document that draws on the ideas, words, or research from others should always contain referencing. Take a scenario where you work for a company that produces numerous documents. The information obtained for these may have come from various sources. To acknowledge this, you need to add the sources and reference them in your work. Thankfully, when you're using Word, there's a feature that allows you to manage sources across all your documents. This is particularly useful if you reference sources on a document today, then work on a separate document in 2 months. You'll have access to the same list of sources that you used on the first document. Let's explore this in Word. Grace has noticed that a particular paragraph is missing a citation. She first checks that her source has been previously added to the Source Manager by clicking the References tab and then Manage Sources. This opens the Source Manager dialog box. In here, you'll find several sources already listed on the right-hand side. You create a source by clicking New. However, Grace's source is already listed, so she closes this box. You add the citation by first selecting the relevant text. Now choose the citation you want by clicking the References tab and then Insert Citation. From the drop-down menu that appears, simply click the source you want to reference, and that's it. By default, Word uses the APA style for the document sources and bibliographies. However, if you want to change this style, just click the References tab and then Style. This will show a drop-down list of various styles. Simply select your preferred choice and the citation changes. Grace has now checked the Source Manager and added a missing citation. But have you ever seen a list at the end of a document that references a year, book, or name? This is a bibliography. It's used to list the citations that have been referenced in your document. They are useful in large academic papers or documents with numerous sources. Anybody reviewing it can immediately find all the reference sources without the need of navigating through the whole document. In order to add one, any sources must have already been added and cited in your work. Let's discover how to apply this feature in Word. After adding the sources and finalizing citations, Grace now wants to add a bibliography to the document. The first step she takes is choosing a location in her document for the bibliography. Now, click the References tab, then Bibliography from the center, and select a style from the drop-down menu. That's it. As you can see, the bibliography has been inserted. Microsoft Word also has a great feature that updates the bibliography for you. This is useful if you have altered the sources or changed the style. There are a few ways you can update it. The easiest is to select the bibliography and press F9 on your keyboard. Any changes to the source or style updates automatically. Another way is to select the bibliography and click Update Citations and Bibliography at the top. And lastly, by right-clicking on the bibliography and selecting Update Field. The last area Grace focuses on is inserting a table of contents. Microsoft Word includes some powerful features for automatically generating tables of contents, which list the major headings in your document. This is incredibly useful for accessibility of navigating through a larger document. Once the headings have been styled and a table of contents inserted, each heading in the table of contents acts as a hyperlink. This allows you to immediately navigate to that section of the document. Grace is working on a document that does not have any table of contents inserted. To maintain WesCal standards and before any client review, this will need to be completed. Let's explore this in Word. Earlier, you learned how to apply styles to your document. Microsoft Word has a great feature that inserts a table of contents in just 3 steps, assuming that heading styles have already been applied. Grace knows how to do this. So the first step she takes is to choose a location in her document for the table of contents. Then, click the References tab, then Table of Contents on the far left. Now click one of the automatic options. And that's it. You'll notice that Word brilliantly takes all the headings and automatically categorizes them into a table of contents for you. To support accessibility, each heading in the table of contents acts as a hyperlink, allowing you to immediately navigate to that section by pressing Ctrl and clicking the heading. In the Table of Contents drop-down menu, you'll also find a Manual and Custom option. These allow you to create a table of contents yourself if you don't have your heading styled or want to build a custom table with a heading level greater than 3. With either of these options, you must do all the work yourself. The automatic option suited Grace's needs, so she chose one of them. Another great feature of Word is how easy Microsoft has made updating any changes. If you've made changes to headings in your document, the table of contents can be updated by simply clicking inside the table of contents and pressing F9 on your keyboard. Any changes to your headings or styles will update automatically. Another way is to select the table of contents and click Update Table of Contents at the top, or by right-clicking the table of contents and selecting Update Field, and lastly by navigating to the References tab and clicking Update Table. With any of these actions, a dialog box will open in which you can choose to update the entire table or just the page numbers. Click OK and the table updates. To remove the table of contents, select the table and click in the top left corner to open the drop-down menu. At the bottom is the option to remove table. Simply click it and the table of contents will disappear. As you have seen, Microsoft Word makes it extremely easy to create a table of contents in just a few simple steps. Well done! You've now explored citations, bibliographies, and tables of contents.